Welcome back, everyone! We are here with Twilight Princess, and it looks a little bit different than normal. You can't quite see it yet, but Glubbers, what's going on?
So Twilight Princess is going to be a little bit different from normal today. And hi, I'm Glubbers. If you weren't here last night, then you don't know who I am, possibly. But we're going to have something a little bit unique. We're going to, instead of doing a full game run through from the very beginning, we are going to actually start a fresh file in a moment, but we're actually going to be using this file 2 here, which is a nice prep file to be able to do a rush of all individual levels in 100% individual levels of every dungeon. No dungeon has been touched yet, but you'll see the playtime is 4 hours. That's because we've collected as much as we realistically can without going into any dungeons beforehand. So we are as ready as possible to rush down the dungeons. And thanks to all of the wonderful work of my commentator, Anorakkis, this is able to be possible. He spent a lot of time setting up this file, creating the route and everything, so, you know, shout-outs to him, and he's here with me now. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. We were trying to think of something that would be an interesting thing to show off, and this is what we came up with, so I hope it's fun to do and fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. It took us quite a while. As you can tell from the file time, it will not be out for another 13 years, so...
Really reached into the future for this one.
Exactly.
But fortunately, we will be doing Back in Time pretty soon.
Yes, we will be. So without further ado, let's actually get started with that Back in Time. We're going to be starting on the new file, and time will start in 3, 2, 1, go. Now, TP also looks interesting. Wes may have been commenting on this because this is not your regular Twilight Princess from the Nintendo GameCube or Nintendo Wii or Nintendo Wii U. This is actually Twilight Princess DUSK Lite, which is the recent PC port put out by the wonderful devs who worked on the decomp before it. A lot of them worked on the practice ROM for Twilight Princess prior to that. And now there's this. This is a PC port with a ton of fun quality of life things that just make, well, everyone's lives a little bit easier, both in terms of the casual play and you'll see in terms of the run in a few ways, while maintaining all of the glitchiness and all of the behavior that we're used to, like the gate being unkind.
Yes, indeed. And it's a pretty faithful remake, pretty faithful release, and very fun to play. Anyway, Glubbers is now doing a trick called Back in Time, as we alluded to before. By voiding and resetting the game on the same frame, it will spawn us on the title screen, which we will then jump off, and then jump off again to game over. This is normally seen at the start of most speedruns, except not the game over part, because that's only seen in Jotwad. But we're using this to set a flag in the memory that we call the boss flag, which will be useful for collecting monkeys.
Mm-hmm. And we will see those monkeys momentarily because, okay, that should be the EBF flag set just as we want it. And now we're really going on the right file. So this is that file that we were talking about. As you can tell, we have a lot of equipment, and no, Link has not done any dungeon entry at all, but we do have the Master Sword, we have the Hero's Clothes, we have a few items, and most notably, we have all of the hidden skills, all 7 of them. That was thanks to a fun little trick that is not human viable. It's a task-only trick called Item Wheel Delay, I believe is what IWD stands for.
Yeah,
Anna?
yes, Item Wheel Delay. There is an event in the game that will automatically pull up the item wheel. By frame perfectly alternating A and B, you can delay that from pulling up, and that lets you save and quit at the end or during a cutscene, which you can then do during the hidden skill collection sequence, which does not despawn the wolf, and therefore you can get more. So with that, we're able to get all of the hidden skills before entering the forest temple. The basis of doing all of the stuff outside of the dungeons is just individual levels by their nature are collect everything you can without entering the dungeon. So if we're doing all of them, it made sense to start like this. Unfortunately, the first Dekubaba in this room, the nut bursted. So we have to wait a little bit for Nancy here.
Yeah, but one of the fortunate things is one of the nice quality of life options is that even though we're using glitches from the GameCube version, and we'll even see some glitches from the Wii version of the game, all into this one port, we also have...
You should collect the rupee.
The one down there.
Yeah, we'll get it after Boomerang.
Yeah. And then we need to grab this guy. Sorry, I'm used to grabbing that, like, as I throw the boomerang back in the main room here.
You will need to do that, so that does make sense. With the 100% dial requirements, we will need to get every chest in the dungeons.
The game crash.
Lovely.
Oh no.
All right.
Well, Dusklight is a fairly new port. It does still have a couple of issues, but we should be able to get back in here quickly.
Very easily. Okay. And the game's back. I do need to set
Yeah,
up,
we'll need to start over all the
PDF
way again. But...
Don't forget to reset the timer.
Oh, true. True. Minus 445 off of this timer.
You
all right, well that
probably could have already done a Jawad in that time.
Yeah. With Dusklight, definitely. Okay. Round 2. Well, Wes, we could explain the exact same things that we just did. Talk about the wonderful charity that we have.
Maybe you'll get the clip faster this time.
Maybe.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, so we'll be supporting Best Friends Animal Society this weekend, and they're a wonderful charity. So as I mentioned before, they are trying to stop any and all killing of cats and dogs and other pets in America. They do this through supporting sanctuaries. They have their own sanctuaries where they have animals that they keep as long as the animals are needed to be kept there. They support other shelters, and they support spay and neuter programs, and they support people trying to adopt pets. So they support in a lot of wonderful ways. So they're a wonderful organization, and your money can help. Like I mentioned earlier, your $10 is enough for 2 baby bottles, but also I think already like $40 is enough to get a dog all of its vaccinations that it needs. So if you're more of a dog person and you want to donate as well, then like you can help with making sure the dog gets any and all vaccinations and spaying and neutering that it needs. So your money is going to a wonderful place.
Yeah, keeping all of the rescues healthy and out of the kill shelters, which is very, very... It's a very noble cause.
Very good cause.
All right, round 2 this time.
So we get early boss flag from back in time there. That's just because it spawns us into the King Boblin fight, and because there is a boss fight active, the boss flag is active. But that flag, the value on that flag also corresponds to the number of monkeys that we have saved, which currently with the boss flag is something around 40. There are 8 monkeys total, and we will see 4 of them.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing where the game goes, oh, you have 40 monkeys? You mean you have 4 monkeys? And probably the letter D somewhere off in the distance? That's what they mean by that, right?
What's that?
Maybe the D stands for crash somehow.
Was that a One Piece reference?
I have never read One Piece, so no, but sure.
Well, the main character is called Monkey D. Luffy, so I was like, Monkey D? Huh?
Oh, four monkeys, 4D monkeys. The D in 40. That was the joke. All right.
All right, no Crasherino.
If it crashes again, I will guffaw.
If it crashes again, it's something to do with the dungeon map, maybe? I don't know. But there we have 4 monkeys. And that is how many we need to cross this gap to get to our first mini-boss, Ook.
And see, it was nothing to do with the mini-map. It was just a harmless old we don't know what.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a wonderful thing. Alright, here's our friend Ook. Ook is going to hop 2 times. 3 times. I tried to have a soul read there. It didn't work.
And we have the Master Sword, so this fight only takes 1 cycle. If we had the Orden Sword like we would normally at this point in a casual playthrough, it would take 2, or the Wooden Sword would take 4. Three is a pretty common number for Ook to hop. 4 is the most common. But this gets us one of the most important items, probably the most important item in the speedrun, the Gel Boomerang. And Glubbers mentioned that we have some Wii exclusive glitches that have been patched back into Dusklight. One of the big glitches with the boomerang is not possible on Wii, but we still have it because this is the GameCube version, and also it probably would have been patched into Dusklight anyway.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a work in progress. Again, this is a recently released project, but Dusklight patching in a few of the main glitches in Wii runs is fantastic, and there are supposedly more to come. So, we love to see that sort of stuff.
And we'll see some of those in Goron Mines and a little bit later. But now that we have the boomerang, we can climb these vines and get the chest up here. You can skip the Waltullas here, just climb to the side, but it usually involves quite a bit of waiting, like we had to do for the first vines.
Mm-hmm. And as you'll see this time, it's quite a bit faster. Just do that. Well, theoretically, good RNG, it would be the same speed, if not a little bit slower.
So now we're going to cross over into the West Wing, which has our heart pieces, and this is a part of the dungeon you only see in 100% glitchless and no save and quit speedruns. But it has some nice movement and rooms. Oh, we don't even have to use the bomb link. Excellent. We do have to stand far enough right that the bomb doesn't instantly explode, but we can just do an LJA to get over that gap without getting grabbed with a Deku-like.
Exactly. Very nice little thing, including the explosion part. Getting blown up is obviously part of the heck for this. And yeah, so the definition of a 100% IL, I guess we kind of glossed over it. It is completing everything within the dungeon itself. So we're going to be collecting every map point on the map, as well as collecting every collectible that's from every chest, or just getting like the heart container that spawns after the boss and everything like that. And you'll see that a little bit here in Forest Temple, actually, because it's not just the heart container that just kind of sits on the ground. There's more than just that. There's also some spots where we end up having some keys just laying around.
And usually,
getting all of those as well.
Usually you would have to use those keys to save the monkeys, but as we used early boss flags, we already saved the monkeys, at least the first 4, and the 100% IL requirements don't require that we save them all, so we don't. So there is, this is a room that we go in just for the small key. The small key is inside this big Baba. And Great Spin takes care of that. Great Spin being the 7th hidden skill, the last one, and only works if you have full hearts.
Mm-hmm. You know that you can mortal draw that?
Huh. So we will...
It obviously doesn't do anything.
Glubbers will just grab this key and leave. That is also one of the few keys in the game that you can boomerang. I suppose that's just because it's out, but the...
It was meant to drop there, but...
glitchless speedruns that do have to save the monkeys will just boomerang that. Well, no, they wouldn't, because it's... whatever. 100% Wii speedruns do. Any 100% Wii speedrun fans? Here?
Andy and Vidanja are cheering in the crowd.
So we have a couple more chests to get in this main room. Drop the stairs, and then we have this compass chest right there. Another quality of life improvement for Dusklight is bigger wallets, right?
Yes, there is bigger wallets. The HD wallet sizes are what we are boasting here today.
So 600, then 1,000, then bigger. We
Exactly.
probably...
we are only holding 600, but...
we probably won't run into issues with that, though, because there will be a couple tricks that require us to have 0 rupees later on. So now we'll be doing a little fence hop to get over to the boss key area. Pretty easy little time save there. We could clip through that gate instead of doing the puzzle, but it ends up being significantly slower. And here's the boss key.
This is a 100% IL. We do that as opposed to what the any percent IL would do, which would be 1, not grab this chest that I almost didn't get because I said any percent IL, and 2, they would not get the boomerang to begin with. So that's where that clip becomes pretty useful.
Yeah, using some hidden skills to get to the other side of where we would normally need the boomerang. It's a very interesting little run. So now this is the room that normally has Monkey 2, and there's a cutscene showing us that there is no Monkey 2 in there. But there is a chest in here to grab.
Well, Monkey 2 is right there, where the bridge is totally broken. You see?
Yes. Totally.
Anyway. That is the only instance of the, what are they called? Juvenile? What? Skulltolo? Something like that. There's only one of those enemy types in the game, and it is right there.
And it is
for some reason
very easy to avoid.
And you can roll right by it.
So another small key here. We'll have one more small key that we'll be getting. We will finish this dungeon without using 2 of the small keys.
Yeah, that will be a regular thing, as these are 100% ILs, but they are also glitched. So we will be skipping around, not using different small keys where we don't have to. This room, we will literally just enter and leave for that map requirement that we were talking about before. There's nothing of use in there for us. There's just a monkey who we already saved. Totally.
And this room has a neat little boost over to this chest, which is the only thing we need in this room.
Nope. As long as I don't get disoriented and turned around, we just leave the room normally.
Just a couple more rooms left in this dungeon. We'll be doing an LJA to skip turning the bridge again. Long jump attack, where we're able to throw the boomerang, and as long as it is over ground that is above us or over a void, we will jump further to it. Another long jump attack here.
That is not going to work.
Got the Waltula, though.
I did get the Waltula.
That also didn't work.
That also didn't work.
We did get one donation.
Ooh.
Yeah, but then Dragons
We like
donated
donations.
$10 with no message. But thank you for the $10.
Probably just turn the bridge.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn the bridge.
I'm sure there is an LJA there, but I don't know it.
I am too, because I'm pretty sure I did it the other day. Oh. How dare you.
So, another section of Fest, vine climbing. And one more monkey to not save, but there is one more chest to get.
And the one chest is a very interesting way to get it. I don't know, it's one of my more favorite things in this dungeon. I don't know about you. The fun little clip-up jump thing.
Yeah, it's a nice one. There are a few Deku-likes in this dungeon. This is a Deku-like. There are 3 of them, I think. We care about one of them because we need to get behind it for a chest. This one we can just climb up and frame perfectly jump away. Or there is a strange LJA that is oddly precise. Okay, all that's left to do is beat the boss of this dungeon, Diababa. To get there, we do only have those 4 monkeys over there, but that tree has collision, so we can go jump over here and then do an LJA over to the boss door.
And then we go straight into Diababa, who we will be defeating with probably the most unique item set here. I don't know of any other category that would have bombs but not arrows.
Yeah, we are normally able to beat Diababa without Ook, without ever seeing Ook, the monkey that comes and brings you bomblings. But it's especially easy here because we have our own bombs that we can use in his place.
Mm-hmm. Normally we would be juggling a couple of the bomblings that you see on the logs there, trying to preserve bomb timers with the boomerang as it doesn't progress the actual explosion timer. Instead, I have bombs. So I'm going to do this instead.
And we mentioned
No bomblings needed.
that the any percentile doesn't even get the boomerang here. It does have the bomb arrows for this phase, but for the first phase, when Glubbers was just using the boomerang to get the bomblings into the little stems, it does an LJA over to one of the logs and throws bombs into their mouths, which is kind of fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. So that is a cool strat. I do really like that strat. But that is the end of the Forest Temple. We are about 25 minutes. Despite the 5-minute delay, we're still about 25 minutes faster than an all dungeons run would be. This is the power of we have a setup file and don't have to do anything before dungeons.
Yeah, Forest Temple doesn't add too much compared to all dungeons. It does have to go to the West Wing and obviously has to go into all of the monkey rooms. There are some dungeons that all dungeons would skip a lot more of that we will be able to see all
The
of.
most agreed. Yeah, the most egregious is probably Lake Bed. Almost definitely Lake Bed.
Lake Bed and Snow Peak both.
Mm-hmm. Alright, we get our last collectible of the dungeon, and then we can talk to Midna and get out of the dungeon. Now, because of the way that the setup file works, remember we had said that it is set up on the maximum amount of collectibles that you can get without entering any dungeon. That, of course, also includes without beating any dungeon. Now, the next thing that we're going to have to do, we actually do have to beat Forest Temple to be able to do this next sequence at all. You either need to be able to warp the bridge, which I'm not doing right now, or you need to have the boomerang. So Forest Temple is... Oop, a little bit too far. Forest Temple is an actual requirement to be able to get the Zora armor, which is an interesting statement. Or rather, entering Forest Temple, not completing it, is a requirement to get the Zora armor. So that's what we're going to do now.
Yeah, Zora armor's requirements are kind of finicky, because there's another glitch that we could have maybe considered doing called the White Minda glitch, which lets you beat Lakebed before linear Twilight. And doing that makes it impossible to get the Zora armor, because it has the wrong state. All that needs to be true is after linear Twilight and before Lakebed, but also you need to have the boomerang in order to clear a trigger at the end. So we're going to be starting with a trick called King Bulblin 2 skip, because otherwise we would be fighting King Bulblin 2, which we could do with our current item set. It is fairly precise and also significantly slower. So instead, Glubbers will be going into this corner over here and lining up Epona in a semi-precise spot so that we can climb a ledge and be pushed out by Epona. And for whatever reason...
Not quite.
For whatever reason, doing this will put us at the end of the fight with both of the gate keys that we would normally get from it. So yeah, climbs a ledge, gets pushed out by Epona's head, and that puts us, after the King Bulblin 2 fight, gives us the 2 small keys that we would normally get from him. Shoutouts to Mr. Men for finding that and saving 4 minutes in a couple of categories.
Mr. Men is a well-known and renowned glitch hunter who vanished from the face of the earth. Unfortunately.
Yeah, found a couple of skips that we will be using in this run.
Okay.
Managed to draw the fire away from the wagon.
All right, I didn't know that that was possible at all. Have you seen that before?
Yes, I've seen that. It's tricky to do consistently, but it is definitely possible. There are these 3 Bulblin riders that we'll need to kill to make it so the wagon doesn't catch on fire, which it still didn't do there. But the most important thing here is this Kargarok that is carrying a bomb. We need to boomerang that Kargarok, although we could have done that with the slingshot otherwise, which we don't have on this file, but we could have with a different route. And once that Kargarok is defeated, we can run ahead, because the wagon is not going to get to the end of the wagon escort. There is no bridge. It cannot cross it. However, we can cross it by doing a...
Not that.
Not that. There should be horse grass at the start of this.
There's horse grass at the... Oh.
At the entrance to the gorge area. But voiding also works. We'll just be doing that again. Glubbers was trying to do what is called an Epona slide, where holding R lets us do a backflip off of Epona, holding R and then pressing A. So if we hold R and then release it and press A on the next frame, the game dismounts us, but not in backflip fashion, in getting off of Epona normally at full speed fashion, which lets us get across the bridge.
There we go. They've finally caught fire. We've now seen what that looks like. But yeah, we will be attempting to do that. This is what Epona slide looks like. We'll be attempting to do one to get across the gorge. is a slightly precise thing, but not the worst in the world.
It is technically a frame perfect trick. It does not feel like a frame perfect trick.
Mm-hmm.
Are you running DUSK at 30 FPS or full?
This is an interpolated, so actually what you see is what I'm outputting, which I believe is 60. What I see is with VSync on 144. But
that is interpolation. The
the
game is only actually processing the same as the GameCube version, the 30 frames a second.
Exactly. I did that again. Okay.
Yeah, there's horsegrass. Should only lose about 20 seconds to do that.
Alright. I missed the horsegrass right here. Come on, Epona.
Yeah, we can see Epona in the background. Epona will come from the other direction.
Thank you, Epona. Nope. And that's the other way to fail that.
Do you know the strat to launch yourself over the fence with a bomb?
To launch yourself over the fence with a bomb? I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
So if you go to the fence that we normally do rupee roll with and just pull out a bomb, you will end up on the other side of the fence.
What?
From which you can LJ over the gorge. It's a strat that hasn't been relevant since King Bulbin 2 Skip was found in 2018, but we used to do it all the time, whichever runs that we had to do.
Oh, I went too far ahead.
The wagon escorted.
That's interesting. I've never actually seen that one before. We love the old strats as they pop. Did the wagon get stuck somewhere?
I think sometimes it just stops for no apparent reason back there. I don't know why.
Hello.
I have been running Twilight Princess since 2013, so I know quite a few old strats. And
Got a little bit more practice.
in particular, the wagon escort is mostly done for no save and quit, which is my first category of this game, and one of my favorites still. Though one of the least popular categories overall. How long have you been running Glubbers?
I have been running for over 5 years at this point, which is surprising to say. But my first category was actually 100%, which we'll be seeing a lot of tech from Hundo, but actually it's been a while since I ran, and a lot of what we'll be doing was implemented since, so there's a lot of fun stuff that I got to learn for this category. All throughout it, Grove 2 Skip included. So, yeah, I have it's definitely the game that I have the longest history with.
There we go.
Oh.
So that happens if you do the opponent slide slightly too late, if you are over the gorge when the slide starts. Link just falls. Normally we're hoping that he'll jump over. Which hopefully doesn't take
Alright.
too many more attempts.
No, we should be fine. It's a learning process, right?
Yeah. A little bit about the order in which we're doing the dungeons. Normally, in a casual playthrough or glitchless, Goron Mines would be the second dungeon done in the game. However, there is one chest in Goron Mines which requires the claw shot, which is in the third dungeon, Lakebed. So we have to do that dungeon first, and that made it so we pushed Goron Mines to a couple dungeons later after we do an even later dungeon.
I personally love that a lot because it makes things like the glitchless 100% Goron Mines IL exist. The IL that goes out of the dungeon and enters another dungeon.
Yeah, it's over an hour long and has been done only a couple times, but a very fun one to know the existence of. In addition, Twilight Princess HD has to return to Goron Mines later as well, for the same reason, but because of a stamp. The 100% speedrun has to have the claw shot for a stamp, and they have other...
Ooh,
there you
all
If
right.
we did get across, which is good.
And Epona's like slightly jittery. I'm not even going to try to get on Epona. I'm just going to do
I
this.
don't think Epona would have been... I don't think it would have been possible to get on Epona. Fortunately, this file has fought King Bulblin 1. Otherwise, there would be a massive trigger right in front of us that we can just avoid.
Instead, there's this trigger.
There is another trigger that we will have to do an LJA over. This is why we need the boomerang. Otherwise,
Thank you for saying that. All of my practice had assumed that there was King Bulblin 1 not done yet.
I have lost various runs to getting to the end of the escort and running straight into King Bulblin 1 trigger. So it is something I am well aware of anytime it happens. So that was the wagon escort. Now we are able to get the Zora armor. One fun little fact about this state right here. If we warped to Kakariko Village right now, or I think anywhere, Rutella would say this way, and we would be stuck in the ground. It is a soft lock. Very strange soft lock. But normally we don't have the Master Sword here, therefore we couldn't be a wolf. So you get a few little tidbits like that work differently.
Mm-hmm. How do you think the wolf would wear the Zora armor as it's being presented to a wolf right now?
Poorly.
I agree with that statement.
I think it's probably not big enough for Wolflink. Fortunately, it is the perfect size for Human Link.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't remember if they explained that in this game. Anyway, now we're on our way to Lakebed Temple. And there are a couple options for us to get into the dungeon. One of them requires us damaging down to 0 hearts, which we're not going to do.
You know, we currently have 6 full hearts.
So instead...
We do have bombs. We could sit here for multiple minutes and damage down if we so chose.
We do have bombs, and we will need to empty our bomb bag, but there are faster ways to do that.
Mm-hmm. As we'll see in the second room of Lakebed.
So instead, we're swimming down here, and we will be clipping into the wall using a nice leaning pillar. There is a different version of this trick that is done without the Zora armor in any percent and a lot of other... Well, not any percent anymore, but most of the categories still do pillar clip. I find it easier to do with Zora armor, but that's largely because my first category was a Zora armor category.
Let's go out a bit and come back in. Yeah, this is one that's finicky if you don't get it first try, in my opinion. If you get it, like, immediately, it's not the worst, but any subsequent try is always a little bit more annoying.
Those instant
But now
saves
we're
are so
into the
nice.
second dungeon. Oh, the Dusk light saves are fantastic.
Twilight Princess on the console usually saves in only like 10 frames, but it still has a full animation for a few seconds. Every time. The Dusklight does not need that. So we got a couple extra bombs in this room. We will need to get rid of those as well. There are a total of 60 water bombs in chests in Lakebed Temple. And we don't strictly... We do need water bombs for a couple of things in here, but not 60 bombs worth.
Yeah, they just wanted to make sure the casual players were well equipped.
Normally, of
In
course...
case you wasted 60 bombs.
Yeah. Normally we would have done Goron Mines already, and therefore have the bomb arrows to break these stalactites. We do not, so we have to use the bomb and boomerang, and this waterfall just washes away our bombs and all of our worries.
And then this chest up here conveniently has water bombs.
Water bomb chests do turn into regular bombs if you have only regular bomb bags. So that's why we had to clear our bomb bag. We're now going to be doing the newest type of trick that was found in Twilight Princess called a displacement clip, where we do a roll stab onto a seam, and it is very, very precise. But if we do it, we will clip straight through this door. This is pretty much the standard setup for them. There are a few that have specialized setups. I don't know that we'll be seeing any with specialized setups in this run.
Yeah, Wormhole is a little bit interesting. This one is named Wormhole because you need to be somewhat precisely aligned along the door. Not every position works, which is true for a lot of displacement clips. Some have nicer cues than others for being in the correct spot. Alright.
This also doesn't save much time, but it is very cool.
It's cool, and that's largely what we're here to do. Look at cool stuff. There we go.
There we go. So that puts us in this giant puddle beneath the map, and we can just go to another water source. If there is water above you, you will upwarp to it. Nice thing in this game and other Zelda games. So we're able to go into this hallway. That does also make it so we don't get the map in the central room. I think I forgot to put that on the route, but we will need to get that later.
Yes, it is in the route, actually. We just won't be getting it on this trip.
That's correct.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that was... You'll probably have to climb back up to the entrance.
Yeah.
There are a few things in this dungeon that expect you to have bomb arrows. This is one of those rooms that has stalactites that will. I normally need to break down, but we have a boomerang, and the boomerang is able to get around such things. We might still break down one of these stalactites.
Oh, you mean this one right here?
Yeah, it is possible to do an LJA straight to the chest, and we will be doing that.
And similarly, it's possible to do an LJA over to this platform here.
This area over here, normally the intended way to get over here is to raise the water level in Lake Bed twice and get the water over to this area. There is no speedrun that does that because there is a glitchless way to get over to this area without doing that. There's no reason to. So that gets us this heart piece right here, and we can then void out by just a little setup there.
Mm-hmm. Now we can go over to our friend the Deku Toad. But oh no. I didn't target twice, and oh no. This is the outdoor. Whatever will we do?
Well, we'll get the convenient small key that's right here. I guess while we're here.
Deal with the chews that will get in my way otherwise.
In most categories, you would see us just enter in the back door for Deku Toad. However, there are a couple of chests down here that we need to get. They're relatively straightforward. Just one over here and one on the other side of this jet.
And luckily, while wearing the Zora armor, you walk with the iron boots faster underwater for some reason. And there's another one of those water bomb chests.
And there are a couple ways to get through here. Fortunately, we have water bombs, so we don't have to resort to the pot clip, which is not fun. And that'll get us into the second mini-boss we'll be fighting, Deku Toad. There is a quick strat. It is pretty precise. Let's hope that you can get it.
And me assuming a cutscene was going to... Excuse you?
Roll away? Yeah, there you go.
Huh.
That's interesting. I would have thought the same, that it would be. Unfortunately, getting a little too late for that boom, that bomb into the mouth. So we'll be going through this normally. Now it just takes 10 hits to the tongue to defeat Deku Toad, and there's a nice, easy strat to do that. That is not the only time we will be seeing that particular set of inputs in this run.
No, that's true. We'll see it one more time, as a matter of fact.
Well, two more, but it's in the same fight.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
So that's... we got the claw shot, now we can go back to the start of the dungeon and get one more thing before leaving. We could theoretically beat...
Oh, and this is the point where we are supposed to equip the magic armor.
Yes. We could theoretically beat Lakebed right now. There are a couple of reasons why we don't need to do that. The biggest reason, though, is because we need Uku in order to get into the Goron Mines a couple dungeons from now. Although I suppose we could also do Russell TD, because we're doing Snowpeak first.
Yeah, I was thinking about Russell TD as an option.
That's probably a reasonable option. Anyway, as noted before, we do not have the map in the center area. Opening this door will give us that map. If you enter this room from a different entrance, you get the water on the map, but not the green section, which is quite interesting. So we're getting Uku and leaving.
The exit. And that is the end of our Lakebed 1 segment. And the splits lie, we will not be entering Goron Mines, we will actually be entering Snowpeak. Going to do a fun trick here called Bane Jump. How long has Bane Jump been out of the Hundo route? It's been out longer than I've been running,
So I think...
It's been a while.
The last time it was in the Hundo route was when we had Yetta text displacement, which I think was phased out in 2020 or 2021. But it is named after an admin in the Twilight Princess Discord and an old glitch hunter named Dragonbane, where if we get map glitch, which is pulling the map and warping but getting it interrupted by Midna, then that disables loading zones and we can just do an LJA all the way down to Snowpeak Ruins. We did equip the magic armor. The Glubbers did equip the magic armor. That is just to get rid of rupees. We will need to have 0 rupees when we get to Snowpeak.
Mm-hmm. So part of this save warp that I'm about to do is going to be unequipping that magic armor. This might have been slightly to the left. Yes. Yeah, not the easiest trick in the world.
It looks cool, though.
But definitely a fun one.
So that didn't work. We'll need to try it again. Ideally, you're just making the game think that you're coming from down there. You just activate the map piece down there by the dungeon, and that sets your save warp position.
Oh, that's not going to work for a different reason. You cannot angle the boomerang downwards and get an LJA. Alright, this looks more in line.
Yeah, this should work.
Yeah, so this is a fun one. If we look behind ourselves... Can I go anyway? Should be able to see the boomerang. It looks like we're not going to be able to see the boomerang. You would possibly be able to see the boomerang coming and chasing after Link.
You can get some very funky camera angles if you don't press L, if you don't target. That looked like it was a little to the left as well, so we'll be trying one more time.
One more before we just decide to go down the mountain. This is just a fun little thing that skips snowboarding, so... It's ideally... I don't like that. Oh, come on. You don't have to, but it's a little bit more awkward to do map glitch on Dusklight. So doing it unbuffered is kind of what I've been doing.
I assume the controller reset combo still works, but...
It does, yes. Alright, so... That was a little bit too far to the left, and we will go... about there.
Yeah.
We...
Yeah, this hasn't been in 100% runs or any other category for quite a while. Not many runners know how to do this trick anymore, which is a shame because it is really cool looking.
It is. This is already looking still to the left, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, it absolutely is. Alright, well, so the end point is that theoretically we would just be save warping and landing down here. Instead, we're just going to go down the fun way. You guys get to see both the fun trick and the fun snowboarding. It's a little treat.
But not the weird combo, because that is very precise and probably not going to be able to do it.
I will not even attempt it, no.
You can get map glitch and ride the snowboard down by jumping off the side and skipping a large section, but it's too precise to even attempt in a full run. We have...
It is how...
I'm sure we were about to say pretty much the same thing. We have implemented a snowboarding leaderboard that you can look at on our extension leaderboard that has that strat.
Yeah, it's a very, very cool strat. It's a helicopter link is basically what I would call it. There's no other way of describing it. So as you can see, I do chains of these spin attacks that I'm failing. And this is to maintain speed and height a little bit. So in the air, you are not losing speed, I should say. So by maintaining your height a little bit, you are prolonging the speed which is maximized in the air and held constant versus the slopes which may have variable speeds on the ground. And chaining a ton of those spin attacks enables you to get down the mountain with map glitch, and because map glitch disables the ability to void, just kind of flying across the edge. We're going to grab these and enter Snowpeak,
which is my personal favorite dungeon in the game. And I am glad that we are able to showcase more of it than we normally would see.
Snow Peak is a very, very good dungeon. So the first thing we're going to do here is apparently pause the game. I'm going to take advantage of that mispause there and set up the cursor for being able to do a next trick here.
You do have 3 rupees, so you'll probably need to equip it right as you side hop. Yeah, even though we're able to, even though we have to go through this dungeon in its entirety, we will not be doing that the normal way.
Yep. Not quite.
Yeah, so Glubbers is now attempting what is known as moon boots, where by equipping the magic armor when it is out of rupees and therefore gives us weight, and then unequipping it as soon as he leaves the ground, it gives us a little bit extra boost in height, and therefore we're able to get onto that block when we normally would not be able to.
Oh. Interesting that didn't give an LJA, but... Yeah, so Snow Peak is a very cool dungeon because it's a very broken dungeon. There we go.
And yeah, like Palamer said, this dungeon doesn't really have dungeon vibes. It's just a house. But
yeah,
it is a house that has Swalkies and Ordon goat cheese.
So we're actually going over here for just a little bit of the map segment.
And then nice great spin to take this Chilfos out in one hit. Now we'll be getting the Ordon pumpkin, which normally is an ingredient for the soup. We will not be turning it in.
Instead, we will just be holding on to this pumpkin. If you are a fan of pumpkins as I am, you can rejoice.
We will have it with us for the rest of the run.
Feel free to name it. We will be doing another one of those moon boots. These are... specifically their backslice moon boots, which is only doable with the magic armor. There we go.
That gets us over that block and into this room that has a Poe in it. We did collect several Poes in the setup for this. There are several in the dungeons as well. I think theoretically we will be able to get the Poe bottle at some point, the reward for getting 20 Poes, but there's no reason to do that in this run.
I don't believe that I am going to actually do that.
That's a good idea. Taking ice damage or fire damage while wearing the Zora armor gives you 10 times as much damage.
And you can see how this is... I just tried the mortal draw. We are going to, similarly to what we did before, where we just randomly went to one side for the sake of the map.
Go to one side.
That was not what I meant to do.
You want to do ice boost? You do have bombs, so you can do the normal bomb boost, I guess.
Yeah, so let's see. You want to climb as far left as possible. Pull the bomb. I did not time that at all properly. Let's see, what is an easy way to void here?
There
isn't one, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe you could displacement clip past a door.
I have an easy way.
Yeah, that works too.
Just have to use our brains a little bit. It's like last night. We're using, coming up with some on-the-fly routing. This is actually starkly opposite to what was happening. That is another bomb. To what we were doing last night, where last night the entire point was on-the-fly routing. This is definitely something that was thought about prior.
You need to go in front of the door.
You need to go in front of the door for it?
Yeah.
There it goes.
There's the map piece. Snow Peak has a couple dumb triggers for the map pieces. In fact, one of them we completely failed to realize we were missing in the 100% IL for several years until we found a trick that just got it naturally, which we will be doing that trick later.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a freezer blocking this door. Normally, we would need to go and get a cannonball and fire a cannon to get rid of this. Fortunately, just like we were able to clip through the ground using Epona during the wagon escort, we're able to clip through this wall using this freezer. I don't know if it's the same type of clip, but
I know what's happening. I'm going to actually do this, just in case. Yeah, so what happened there, I'm not sure if you caught on to what was happening, Anno, but dying gives you that same slight shift in the freezer's placement that that one door does.
oh yes, that's right. And this is Darkhammer. Darkhammer will eventually throw its ball and chain at you. The requirement is it needs to turn around. And one of the best ways to do that is just to go and do what Glubbers is doing.
There we go.
There we go. Just go roll at it several times. Mortal Draw does take this out in one hit. So that's Darkhammer, and we'll be getting the ball and chain.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a good item. We don't see that much use for it in this run.
No, but it does have its use cases here and there, and especially in this dungeon where it's kind of meant to be used, we will use it a fair bit.
The first of such uses is to get the chest behind this ice wall.
Which has...
The Orden cheese.
Oh boy.
Which
cheese.
We also will not be turning in for the soup. We will have this cheese with us for the rest of the run. You can also name it if you want.
As a Dutchman, I approve of you bringing the cheese along.
Of course. Wes, what would you name this cheese?
Oh, I mean, it's a bit of an oddly shaped cheese. Oh. It would be illegal if I just called it a Gouda, right?
Yes, probably. Orden Gouda, maybe?
Orden Gouda.
Well, Wes, do you have anything else for us now that you're here? Are you a big fan of Snow Peak Mansion by chance?
I am, actually. I have a controversial opinion on Twilight Princess, because I think a lot of the dungeons are not as good as some of the other 3D Zeldas, but Snow Peak Ruins is, in my opinion, one of the best dungeons in the entire franchise. So it's kind of, for me, it's always such a distinct difference between one of the best dungeons in it, but also some of the worst dungeons, in my opinion.
No, you need to go through the locked door that you died by earlier.
Oh, that one up there, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's another side effect of having to get all of the map. In dungeons where it is not always obvious where to go, we can get a little lost.
Well, we hope that we don't die. We have a quarter of a heart here.
Yep, and there are mini Zerds that would gladly take it away from us.
So we're just going to be a little bit safe. Because I don't want to respawn. Oh, and that guy is targeting me. Alright, and then we're into this room here. which has nothing in it, and it locked behind us, so we're just going to leave.
Yep. Normally we'd go to that room on our way to get the pumpkin. We already got the pumpkin, so we don't need to go through that room. But we do need it for the map.
Mm-hmm. That is not the right one. I don't know how I miscounted to 2, but I did.
Yep, there are 2 chests in this lobby area, as well as a Poe behind that one. If you...
There are actually 2 Poes in the lobby.
Yes.
We will be getting both. What were you saying?
If you have early boss flags, it's set to a value of 1. So if you have rescued 1 monkey and then you enter this dungeon without having something else remove that flag, those statues just aren't there.
Is EBF value 1? Is that the same thing for the Morpheal?
I believe so.
Awkwardness,
yes.
or
it also, I think that's what makes it so that you can't, or you soft lock in Diabama.
I like calling it a soft lock when it's now known to not be a soft lock anymore.
Yeah.
You just press start.
So there is a fun strat to get to the heart piece in the lobby, but it requires having Midna on our back, which is something we can't do until we're finished with Lake Bed. So instead we have to do the normal strat of crossing these platforms.
But this is fun too. We don't see this very much. We don't see that Keese freezing me either. You mind not doing that, Keese? I can do LJAs here. Actually, I may.
I would not want to attempt LJAs while the platforms are moving.
Neither would I. Right, well, do want you to move. This platform's just misbehaving. There we go.
That works. We'll be able to jump up to this one.
Yep. And now we can go to yet another heart piece, just immediately.
But how are we going to clear this gap?
Oh no, I don't know. I especially don't know after having done it already.
Yeah. And fortunately, this ceiling doesn't really exist.
Yes. Right, then similarly for map purposes, we are going to go down here and then immediately go back up.
Little cutscene. We did figure out a bit ago that it does indeed unfreeze you faster to mash everything.
Yeah, which is one of the goofier statements, like the, you're a kid and freaking out, and you just mash every button on the controller. That was a accurate thing to do. You were not doing anything incorrectly. Good job, child you. Okay.
This is another LGA that we used to have in a lot of categories, but isn't so common anymore. Helpful keys showing us where the boomerang is.
And then we can just... I believe this also voids. Okay.
Yeah, that'll void.
That is intentional.
There is an LJA to the platform that we need to go to now.
One is not.
very finicky. Because the LJA needs to be over a void, and there are a lot of platforms preventing that down here.
As you can see by the background. And here is our compass. Alright, and on that note, we have collected most things in Snow Peak.
Now that we know where the chests are, we can get the 2 other chests. I suppose there are 3 in the dungeon before beating the boss.
The 2 other non-required chests before we beat the boss.
Yes.
And that freezer just decided to be a little bit of a devil there. And come up behind me.
Those freezards are the meanest enemies in this entire game.
I like the
Yeah, mini-zards are certainly a thing.
I like the little cannonball pinball you were doing with the ball and chain there.
Yeah, where I was just pushing it along. That was funny. Alright, and there's going to be a cutscene here, because normally you walk in this room that way, not the other way.
We have all but 2 map pieces in the dungeon, and still just 1 more chest.
And one of the map pieces is the top of this ladder.
Which, until we found this trick that he's going for right here, which is called ladder freezer cancel, which is a frame perfect trick that fortunately we only have to do once because of the fast climbing in Dusklight. Before we had that, we did an LGA to get to the side of that, and we did not get that map piece in the 100% IL, which was the one of, I think, a couple. I think there was 1 other case that we were missing. And it's a very great feeling to realize that all of your previous runs were invalid.
Is it?
No, it isn't. But it is certainly one that I have experienced.
I'm so sorry for you. Oh hey, a red rupee. I could totally use that right now.
Was it your...
Alright, can I get one of the side hops?
Was it your Wii that doesn't spawn the red rupees, or was that Phantom's?
It's Phantoms that doesn't. It was the one that I borrowed for AGDQ26. My Wii spawns red rupees. I said that like looking at it like that would be... This is not my Wii, this is Dusklight.
Yeah, this is Dusklight.
Which is a... based off of my actual disc, so you know what? Maybe there's something to it.
The last thing in this dungeon is the boss Blazetta, and, well, considering there are hearts anywhere in Snow Peak Ruins, be weary if you could die. Used to say ZSR for this page. We'll just be throwing the ball and chain over and over again at Blazetta. It does do 1 heart, so, you know, don't die.
I am going to actually just do this. You know what? We're going to take that Russell TD recommendation from earlier.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The bounces are predictable, but the room is... It has flat walls, but it is a polygon of some degree.
Yeah, it's like 32 or something.
That it can be a little hard to tell exactly where Blizzard's going to go. The second phase is slightly easier to predict. We'll just be dropping the little ice spikes and then getting hit by one, or getting hit by, yeah, one of them, to get us in this ring of ice spikes that puts us in the perfect place to, or we will lose all of our money and the magic armor will no longer be helping us. And I
I think that's fair that neither of us would know what that interaction was, but that's good to know.
I think they do have a heart, so good luck.
Wham, wham.
So we'll be doing that fight again.
All right. We will be. Huh. I wasn't expecting the weighted nature to apply. I'm going to be real.
Yeah, I was expecting you not to lose all of your rupees instantly at the very least.
So
Yeah.
you got knocked back extra far because you took the armor off mid-flight?
No, so the way that the magic armor works, which you may know already, is that it has a weighted property like the iron boots when you have 0 rupees. Otherwise, if you have rupees, it prevents all damage done to you. So I ran out of rupees on the knockback, which made the amount that I got knocked back by have weighted property to it, which meant that the resulting knockback was lesser, which meant that I got pushed with a higher speed and clipped out of the ring that I was meant to stay inside of.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah. And just kind of one of the things that you look at and you go, ah, neat that can happen. Unfortunate, but neat.
Neat that can happen, but why did it have to happen to me?
Look, speedrunning for many, many years, I think we're all used to that sort of thing does just happen to everyone, and it's really funny every time. So that's what was supposed to happen, by the way.
Once again, this is a brand new category that we made up for this event, so it's not surprising that we're seeing some new things.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of new things, there are also some old things. We have a very beloved cutscene here. This is it's all about, like, romance and love for Yetta and Yetto, but you know who else you should love? And hopefully do? Your pets. Wes, this is a very interesting segue. You mind talking about the charity?
I can talk more about the charity, and I can also mention that people should donate for the donation incentive, because we've gotten $10 today so far, so there's $20 more, and Morpheus will teach one of the tricks that he has prepared. But other than that, yeah, the charity. I was just looking at the list again, and I was comparing our donation total to what kind of help it will give. So $100 is enough to help a homeless dog or cat get out of a shelter and into a forever home. And we've already raised $300. So that's like the equivalent of 3 dogs or cats already finding a home. And that's just fantastic. That means they can go to a home that 3 new cats or dogs can get adopted into the shelter. So it's fantastic that we already have raised so much. And I can't wait to raise even more.
You guys are doing a wonderful thing for a wonderful cause, and it's just great. So, this weekend is awesome, and thank you guys for organizing this. And thank you to everyone who's donated. It's awesome. I finally remembered to hit a split button on Enter Goron Mines.
I did not know you can pick up that heart container with the ball and chain.
You can, while it's in the air.
I'm learning something new every...
Or if the bottom of the ball and chain's collision hits the top of the heart container, which is another weird conditional.
I'm learning something new every run of this event. It's great.
Yeah, seeing every game in, like, a new perspective is always an interesting time. So there's Russell over there, but we're actually not going to go to him right away. I need to remember exactly where this is. It's right here. We're actually going to be doing another one of those.
And
those moon boots.
And I'm learning that can be done with backslice. It makes sense that you can do those tricks with backslice as well. Most of the time, you're doing them with jump strike. That one you'll see in 100% speedruns with jump strike. because you don't have the magic armor in Jump Strike at this point, and even if you did, you probably would not want to have 0 rupees.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, I am not someone who has run 100% since we started implementing a bunch of these moon boot strats. Now, that said, I have run very limited any percent ILs in the past, so I do kind of have familiarity with backslice moon boots. None with jump strike moon boots, so I will absolutely opt to, can I do a backslice here?
Fortunately,
and it turns out the answer is yes.
We have gotten rid of a couple of the
I went the wrong way.
A couple of the jump strike moon boots in Temple of Time in favor of much easier strats. We'll be seeing this soon. Well, not soon. We're not. This is the route we need to go to Temple of Time. We will not be entering Temple of Time yet.
No, we will not be.
And the reason we're going this way in the first place is just because we, being in the Sacred Grove for the second visit, gives us that same early boss flags that we used to get the monkeys early. And that early boss flags will save just a little bit of time in Goron Mines.
Nope, we don't want that.
So, doing another backslice moon boots right here.
That was interesting.
To
getting stuck on some collision there.
Get onto this ledge and skip a bit of this chase sequence.
Okay, we're going to be a little bit more careful this time.
Yeah, staying on this ledge requires a semi-precise angle, and we'll need to do one more backslice. That'll put us in the first Skull Kid arena once we jump down here. But Skull Kid's not here, and we can just go into the next area.
Dusklight is a PC port of the GameCube version of Twilight Princess. That does mean that it does also have the collision boxes of the GameCube version, where we just bonk a good foot away from that rock.
Naturally. So, placing the Master Sword there lets us roll into the center here and get a portal fight. Once we're done with this portal, we'll just be warping away.
Mm-hmm. And you'll see here another fun part of Dusklight. No lag. Crisp, clean gameplay.
Which is a luxury normally reserved for the Wii version. So now we need to head to Goron Mines, and the way to do that is through text displacement. The reason for that is because we have the Master Sword, the state of the room right outside of Goron Mines is wrong. The Gorons normally will not let us through, but we can trick them by going to them mid-conversation. So Glubbers will be trying to talk to Russell from a specific distance here to not activate Russell's cutscene, therefore able to just clear 2 text boxes, be mid-conversation, and then head to Death Mountain to apply that conversation progress to those Gorons.
Mm-hmm. I'm a huge fan of Russell TD, not just because I'm an All Dungeons runner and that's the one that we do in All Dungeons, but because in English text, what Russell's saying on that text box as you go past it is, let me tell you a story, and then you just leave. I think it's really funny. So we're going to be doing a trick here called
Early Elevator.
Well, we're going to be doing multiple tricks here. This is called Early Elevator.
This Goron really wants to punch us, but it's not going to.
No, it is not.
So we clip out of bounds and then do an LJ over to get to this elevator here.
Oh, that was almost cool.
Yep. Early elevator EE on to the next step, which is elevator escape EE.
Mm-hmm. So if you go E and sound like a dolphin, then you are running the most recent version of the All Dungeons route.
This is a frame perfect
Elevator
trick.
escape is
We just need to transform back into human and then roll on a specific frame, and that'll clip us past this Goron's hitbox.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting one. Historically, I have very mixed results with this trick.
The only thing I can think about when I'm watching you do this is, what the dog doing?
Yeah, what the dog doing? So we'll be seeing the dog doing quite a bit. And I'm realizing that I could be using... Ah, never mind. I could have been using Quick Transform the entire time there.
Yeah, another one of the quality of life improvements for Dusklight. I wonder if it also has the soft lock in Dengoro that HD has with Quick Transform.
I have really wanted to test that, but I've not gotten around to it.
So we're doing another Backslice Moon Boots here. This one specifically needs to be second frame. Most of these, you need to get the first frame specifically. If you get the first frame, you will jump straight over and land in the lava, as happened right
like
there.
That. And this is actually something that's interesting about Interpolated, which is that a way that you can normally tell those things is just like visual cues. You know, one frame is visually different from another. In terms of how the interpolation works, you visually do see those different frames. So there's actually two visuals of what it looks like to hit that first frame, which I find that is going to be it again.
Yeah, that was...
I find interesting. Nope, so that is, those two were visually distinct, but actually the same frame as registered by the game. Can I stop being good at the first frame, please?
I wish I had that problem.
I wish that I didn't have this problem in exactly this instance, then can I go back to having that problem?
Yeah, first...
Maybe I should get into Goron Mind's IL speedruns.
First frame obviously gives us the most fight. That's a little past second frame.
Yeah, so an interesting thing is that the unpause lag in this game is egregious. Nope, don't die. Anno, do you know how many frames it is coming out of a pause to be able to do your next action?
I always just assumed it was frame perfect, but I don't know if it is.
No, I more mean the delay out of like an actual pause versus item wheel buffering. So you know how item wheel buffers are 2 frames?
Yeah, I don't know.
They are, if I remember right, 16 frames. It is a very rough thing. There we go.
Yep. That was the second frame, and that was just to get up to this ledge so that we can get over to this 20 rupee chest early.
Hello, 20 rupee chest. Yay, 20 rupees.
That is the only chest in this room.
Think...
We just need to get to the end now.
Nope. I thought the explosion box had gone away. Here's a fun little trick that you don't see outside of Goron Mind's RTA that often. Do Wii speedruns do that? I suppose they would.
I believe they do, yeah. Will you be doing the trick in this room?
I will be attempting it, but that just made it very rough.
All right. So we have a small key right here. In any percent and 100% speedruns, we do not need this small key. Because there is a trick, unfortunately a little bit off the cycle there. There is a trick to skip the next section of rooms entirely.
Oh, no, we are not doing that one. I thought you were talking about Ripso.
I realized that you understood that once you responded. So there is a trick called Risky Bit Time Saver to not saves 4 seconds only, which is just getting that bridge cycle on the earliest cycle. And then we'll be going to these rooms. Instead of doing the cutely named kitty climb,
we'll be going and doing the aptly named slab clip. Excuse you.
We can just pull this a few times and roll into this seam. Now, we were talking about Wii 1.0 glitches that were patched out of the GameCube version because the Wii version was released first, that have now been unpatched in Dusklight. Here is one of them.
Yep. You do need to be out of the water. Here's one of them in the next room, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see it soon. Wii any percent does skip Goron Mines, that is true. But Wii All Dungeons and Wii 100% speedruns would do that same strat in the first room.
Wii any percent speedruns actually skip as much as GameCube runs, just through very different means without having access to boomerang LJAs. Although the beginner Wii route does do Forest Temple, although that is also true of the beginner GameCube route, I suppose. Alright, so here's going to be that trick that Anna was referring to, that the water decided to mess up earlier.
It's much more important in this room. If we
Much more.
take off the iron boots as we're going up to the ceiling, we can just run without the iron boots on the ceiling. We do have to re-equip them to fall down, though. Until we were able to skip this room, Goron Mines RTA was almost certainly significantly faster on Wii, though there weren't many runners for it.
Yeah, and this is opposed to what the GameCube run would have to do at this point, which was ideally slash your sword a lot.
Yep. Full combos move you slightly faster than just walking.
When I initially learned about the fast movement speed on the roof, I was like, oh, this is so exciting, because it was like between the time between Wii and Wii U, and then I realized it was only a version exclusive thing. I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's a very fun one, and I'm glad that it's one that they decided to patch back in the Dusklight. There is a setting that you have to enable to turn that on, but within that it is allowed for Dusklight speedruns to turn on Wii 1.0 glitches, which is a very nice thing.
And there are a couple of more obscure ones that we don't usually see, but all add to the speedrun in their own right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can just jump attack over postman triggers.
Yeah, so that one is unfortunately not in Dusklight yet. That was actually one that I was more enthusiastic about, because that's just a fun one. But they are potentially putting in more and more 1.0 works as time goes on.
it is good that it is still very much in development, and still plenty of progress to be made.
You know, I was debating if it would be worth it to do the thing. I think that it was absolutely worth it there. That's just how much slower it is to be doing the magnet ceiling walking.
And that was all just to get this chest. We could have clipped through this gate without having to open it. But since we were already up there, there's no reason to.
And you'll see the actual magnet walking here and just how slow it is.
There's a funny strat that you can do for this. If you go to the side of this, of the bottom, and do a jump strike in that direction, you will glide slightly faster than walking across the magnet.
That's cool.
I'll be doing an LJA here to skip past this bridge, because otherwise it would be a little bit more magnet walking. This room also has some funky hitboxes.
Yes. This is one of, supposedly, as I understand it, one of the first rooms designed, at least because it's the one in the kiosk demo. That is what I have been told as a result of that. I don't know the validity to that statement, but it is a very jank room, and it is suggested by that, so.
That makes sense. We're heading now to another area that we see basically nowhere, which is
this room?
Yeah. The second key shard room. Normally, you do need to get all 3 key shards to get to the boss, but actually, the game only checks for the third one.
Yeah, we usually let SVA be just over here and do his own thing. I don't know why I tried to open that chest from the side. I am not playing Echoes of Wisdom anymore, where you can open chests from whatever direction you feel like.
There is an LJA to get over to the chest, but it is a little finicky, so it's probably the safer option just to walk along the side here.
I just wasn't aware of an LJA. That's
there's
interesting. Oh no, I misjudged the...
Yeah, it's just an out-of-bounds LJA from the far side of the bridge, if you want to try it.
That makes sense.
But there is some weird out-of-bounds collision
that
makes it not so straightforward.
That makes a lot of sense.
But you could also just do the normal LJA.
LJA. Yeah. We could just play the game instead of kind of rolling into everything that knocks me into the water here for a second. Then we could maybe show off an LJA.
If this door is slightly above Link, so if we send the boomerang above there, we can get an LJA straight over to the platform.
And apparently we want to pick up that box.
Another Wii 1.0 exclusive thing that it wasn't patched in is in Wii 1.0, for some reason, that 10 rupee chest is a large chest.
Oh. That's interesting.
So we went through the second grove to get early boss flags. That means when we go in here, the boss fight has already started, and we're therefore able to take Dengoro down a little bit quicker.
It does make the setup to do the quick cycle stuff not a setup anymore, so attempted to freehand it, but didn't quite get it.
Yeah, it's something that you'd go for in ILs, but it is significantly more precise than doing the fight normally.
Well, we've now defeated Dangoro without getting a quick transform soft lock. I did not accidentally input the code to quick transform. And we'll get to see some more rooms that you don't see in any other category, really. Because who goes up to that random chest at the top? That it's like a... What is it, 50 rupees?
Yeah, it's 50 rupees. And I don't think they made that stamp in HD even, so there's no real reason to go all the way through. Unless you're specifically trying to get all the chests. So that gets us the Hero's Bow, which is a good item, I guess. We're able to use it for some quick boss fight strategies, although the boss fights that are most immediately able to do that with are already past Diababa and the Deku Toad. But it will get its own share of use in their own.
We finally have the compass. This is going to hit me.
Yes, it will.
Yep.
You can do 2.5 hearts of damage because it does 10 times damage.
Thank you, Zora armor.
Another quality of life improvement in Dusklight is just the instant text, even with item boxes, which is very nice. You can normally mash through most text in Twilight Princess. You can't usually clear item text boxes nearly as quick.
Alright, and here is the room that nobody knows about. Because what even happens in here?
Has a thing you can bonk down and a lot of fire damage potential. If you do fall into the lava with the Zora armor on, lava normally does 2 hearts of damage. Lava normally does 2 hearts of damage times 10, that is 20 hearts. It instantly game overs, regardless of how many hearts you have. And we'll be going up here, doing another ceiling walk to open this gate.
Excuse you. I thought it was alive again. Okay, no, this is disorienting.
Yeah, you're upside down, so
here.
It flips the camera. I think we can do another clip through that gate, but it might void us.
You stay in the gate. It doesn't work, right? You stay in the gate and you can't clip out to the other side.
Which is an interesting thing. So yeah, we get this purple rupee here, and now that's pretty much all that there is to do in this dungeon. There are a couple more chests to grab, and then we'll be off to Pyrus.
A couple of chests in the outside room, which is still a very interesting name, and there's just really nothing else to describe it as.
Yep.
And just for fun, we might as well go for the clip here, as we didn't before.
I don't know if these guys are more likely or less likely to hit you than the Tektites. Yep, just line up in a specific spot and you just clip right through. So 2 chests in this area, one of them below the water, one of them nearly directly above it. And Glubbers is shooting those boblins. That's to skip a cutscene. A cutscene of those boblins starting to shoot you.
Yeah, so I gotta pulled a quick one on them, you know? Got them before they could get me. So here is the second to last chest. It is a purple rupee. And then the very last chest is the one that we mentioned before, where we actually have to use the claw shot. Before we equip the claw shot, though, I'm going to take this guy out.
whenever we can, it is better to keep the Zora armor on, because there will be a swimming section later in nearly every case. And also, it's just the quicker one to unequip the magic armor, too.
Absolutely. Something that you may have noticed, Anno, and anyone who may be a TP runner might have noticed, is the other quality of life change that we've seen so far is I have not gotten a one-handed grab.
I did not notice that. That is super nice.
And I should not get a one-handed grab. Fun fact, it was a bug with one of the settings, and I had it on accident when Dusk Light came out, and they're like, no, that's just a good idea. And so now it's being kept.
Alright, this is Fyrus. We have shot the crystal on his forehead one time. Hopefully, we will only need to shoot the crystal on his forehead one time. There's a 10-frame window here to re-grab the chain right before it would be launched out, and with that we're able to pull it back before Fyrus starts walking. Just like that. And
Which is why it is no real threat to us to be wearing the Zora armor and one hit from death of literally anything he does. What were you going to say, Anna?
And fortunately, this file does have ending blow, so we can do the fun thing here.
Oh yeah, I'll do the fun thing.
You can jump all the way over him. There's a very large...
Oh, I thought
range.
it was only from his side.
Yeah, you can just go straight between his legs and jump over. Funny looking. Anyway, that is Fyrus, and that is the end of Goron Mines. We've now completed 3.5 dungeons out of the 9.
And the next one will be the other half of Lake Bed.
We've not quite, but almost done. After Lake Bed, we will have our last real overworld section. The rest is all just dungeons, and probably is going to be pretty chill.
Not quite. There's after Arbiter's Grounds. We will do the memory quest.
That is true. Because of one requirement in Hyrule Castle. Which is why IL Rush is not actually a category.
Alright, and now we're on our way back to Lake Bed. Now, this is going to be the shortest time between 2 dungeons, and there are going to be others like it. So we've finished one dungeon, and to get to the other dungeon, all we're going to do is equip Bupu and go back. And we're back in a dungeon.
In a lot of the time, when we finish Goron Mines, we'd go and get the bomb bag from Barnes. But we already have a bomb bag, and because of that, he wouldn't even sell it to us.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot...
First thing we're going to do is not remember which direction the locked door is.
Yeah, for a couple of reasons, you cannot get 100% from this file. As Glubbers mentioned before, Lake Bed is quite different than you'd see in all dungeons or really any other category, because we have to go over to these portions that we can normally completely skip. We can, however, still skip raising the water level, which I assume Glubbers will do.
Yes. We will only raise the water level the one time.
Another nice thing, because we entered the wrong side of Deku Toad, we have an extra key here, and we will have a key that we do not use in the dungeon. But because of that, we don't have to do any backtracking here to get another key, and we can just go and climb the tower.
Exactly. We can deal with the... What are those things called? I'm just not a fan of whatever they are. Those,
Chew worms.
Chew worm, thank you. So, we will always just take care of getting hit by the Tektite to take a little bit more of the money, I guess.
Yeah, we will be doing another backslash moon boots in Lake Bed, and so we need to get rid of the rupees, hence the magic armor.
Yet another water bomb chest.
To refill our bag that was already full.
And this one is, I believe, yeah, it's 50.
I think they did also have a quality of life change to make it so you don't put rupees back if your wallet's full.
That is accurate.
That is a...
it is a toggleable option as a quality of life option.
That is fortunately a thing that the game does normally with bombs. If you get a bomb chest when your bomb bag is full, you will not put the bombs back. You will keep them. Which is very nice when there are 60 water bombs in Lake Bed. For the 100% plus speedrun that does collect everything in the dungeons.
Right.
There is a small key chest right there that you need to go.
Ah, okay.
The small key that we are theoretically supposed to use on the door you already went through.
So, grab the small key chest. Now we go back to the main room, which we can do just by walking right by you. Oh, there goes my money. And going back the way that we came.
Alright, now we'll need to clean up a couple of things in this center room. There are a few chests that we haven't gotten, and then we'll be heading to the other side for the last bit that we also don't normally see. Because Lake Bed is the only dungeon in the game where it is possible to skip the boss key. We can clip through the stairs or through the vines or yeah, it's one of those two to get to the boss loading zone early. Every other boss loading zone is connected to their door. This one, there's a hole beyond the door that we can fall down. So, but in this run, we will be getting the boss key, which requires going to a part of the dungeon that we don't otherwise need to do. So we got that 20 rupees. We will need to equip the magic armor again to get rid of them. And then for a backslash moon boots in this room.
That's why we're going to let this guy hit us. One more for him.
Do you know if these wheels are possible to clip through with displacement clips? I feel like I remember seeing that.
I am unsure.
It's nice that we can jump over them. And there it is right there.
Actually, I would highly doubt that we could because we're supposed to go through them.
Fair point.
Right?
So here's the second water tower area. Another bomb chest that we don't need. And clustering up here, there are a few more chests in this room, which we also don't need, but when we normally skip this entire section, technically we don't need anything here.
LJ back over to the cog over here. Go first this way. We can go to grab this chest. That's all that we need on this side. Then we'll go the other direction, which is just on the other side of that gate. That is not how you do that. In case you were waiting for a tutorial of how to not casually go through Lakebed Temple, there it is. Here's another example of how to not casually go through Lakebed Temple. I just tried to transform in the water.
There is no way to get out of the water.
As Wolf. That is a good point. We will save word.
We will return.
Alright, so then that would be... Hello, Wolfling.
I imagine that if you have Mindon back, then she would be able to open these doors, but there is no situation in which you would do that.
Yeah, because...
Unless you're going
Lakebed.
for the... catching the Hylian Loach that is in the Lakebed Bosky room.
Oh, right.
I think that is the only case, the only reason you would ever enter this dungeon later.
Alright, and then we are going back down to that first floor. Getting this cutscene for the first time. Going back where we just were, we will have to do that clip again. Clip the
backslice
Moon
boots,
boots.
yeah. Fortunately, the Tektite's here to help us again.
I shielded it, no. Everybody say thank you, Tektite.
Thank you, Tactite.
Thank you, Tektite. That was the second frame there.
That was a frame early. There we go.
That works.
Goldilocks.
Just going to be LJing back over to this cog and re-clipping through that wheel. And
Yes,
this
and
time
I'm
transforming
back
before getting to the water. One of the Wii 1.0 glitches that they patched back in, this I am pretty sure about, is warping underwater.
Yes.
Where I think you could also just transform into a wolf from the bottom of a body of water.
And just like soft lock yourself.
In this case, it
Well.
would have, yes. Not every body of water can not be exited by wolf. Anyway, now we are in the second water tower. Another couple of chew worms that we'll have to
They don't need to be dealt with. I just don't like them.
either deal with or completely avoid. And we're getting another case of classic collision.
Yeah, that was interesting. How do you think these Helmasaurs got onto these broken segments?
I think this is their natural habitat. And
That would make sense.
that the adults can climb walls? I don't know. How did Helmasauruses get to the city in the sky? I don't know.
Okay, that's also a really good question.
And
Oh, maybe they're all from city and they
they
fell.
fell there. Yeah, but they do take fall damage, so I don't know.
Oh, true.
Maybe they initially are so small that they can climb on walls and they like live on the roof, but then at some point when they grow bigger as an adult, they're too heavy to stay on the roof and they fall down.
Good
And it
point.
helps that they don't need food.
Yeah. There was evidence to your they do take fall damage. Do you see that lone Helmasaur shell? While it was sliding by. Oh no.
So now we have the compass, which will point us to the 2 chests that are remaining in the dungeon. One of them is the... I think you needed to pull the lever in the middle of the water.
Lever in the... Oh, I did. Yes.
Let the water out rather than just...
Do you think I can backslice moon boots?
I think there is a claw shot target.
Over-engineering a solution. That is
Yeah, you'll have to go back over
here.
and to that middle platform.
Over here.
Have to let the water out. Again, not a thing you normally need to do in speedruns. But is important for one chest in this dungeon.
And that chest is our target right now, as you can see on the minimap. This shoe worm can live. As can that one.
Yay,
Collect
more
that.
water bombs.
Yes. We needed them. And now we're going to the boss key. Okay, thank you, Collision.
Oh yeah, we still have to get the boss key. That is a couple more chests than I had suggested.
Nice unskippable cutscene of that. Yeah, the boss key is down below.
I go to where those
We can
pots
do-
are. I think you can jump from there.
Yeah, you can do something here.
That works too.
Oh.
I think you can also just jump down to the lower platform from here.
That is also true.
So
Let's do that. And not grab the pot behind me. And disorient everyone, including that piece.
this is a fun room. Unfortunately, we will probably be skipping it. There are some nice LJs. These walls are very convenient for not swimming through, as the game intends you to do. So we have our final water bombs in the dungeon, and then we can get on this chest and LGA over to the boss door, or the boss key door.
And then here is a Chew Wharton who does actually need to die. Not just because it's the target of my ire. Thank you for the arrows.
So this body of water around the boss key chest does have a Hylian loach in it. which you can't catch until after you've gotten the coral earring, which is on the way to Snow Peak. I imagine not many people have come back to the Lakebed Temple boss key room for that Hylian Lodge.
No. It'd be an interesting one to go back for. You'd have to know about the Loach.
It was... Myth suggested it to be one of the trivia questions instead of the trivia question that you answered. Instead of it being which game has monkeys, it was going to be which game has a Hylian Lodge.
I mean, there's a few.
Yeah.
There's Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and what are the other answers to that?
Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh. I was unaware of Hylian Loaches in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, it might have been Hylian Bass. Myth is now saying Hylian Bass, but yeah.
There are indeed Hylian Bass in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. So that was our last chest, that heart piece on the chandelier, and now we're able to go to the boss of the dungeon, Morpheal. And we get to fall for a while.
So you guys come here often?
Not as often as I'd like.
With this warm weather, it does look appealing, though. A nice swim in the pond.
Does that pulsating tentacle look appealing that appears to have, like, electricity through it?
I'm sure it's harmless.
Surely it won't do us any harm.
Oh, this boss fight is typically much more stressful than it will be today.
Yeah, in any percent in all dungeons, we do this boss fight without the Zora armor, which means we have a 16-second timer for our air meter before we just drown. We do not have that constraint.
Fortunately, we do have the Zora armor this time.
This is
So we can just...
This is not actually why we got the Zora armor. It's to prevent a crash later.
Ooh, barely.
Yep, we're able to get regrabs just by unequipping the iron boots to launch us off of Morpheal and then shooting the claw shot again quickly, and that was a good fight.
Yeah. Morpheal with the Zora armor is very satisfying. I don't know if it's only satisfying because I'm used to no Zora armor. Just seeing the eel go down like that, it like makes a brain tingle happen, you know?
Yeah.
Now that said, we are about halfway through right now. We have Arbiter's Grounds, Temple of Time, City in the Sky Palace, Twilight, and Hyrule left.
And a bit of overworld still to do, but most of it
A
is
little bit
just
of
the
overworld.
dungeons.
So that means, chat, that you have like half a run left to donate to Best Friends Animal Society. Every
Exactly.
donation is going to the incentive. The current incentive that poll that's going on is for Morpheus to teach Majora's Mask tricks after his run. So if you want to learn some cool tricks from Majora's Mask that you can use in your own runs of the game, whether it's casual, randomizer, or a speed run, you should definitely donate so that Morpheus will teach you how to do those tricks.
Alright, and we're going to have some more overworld stuff like what Anno had said a moment ago. Now, more specifically, as another quality of life feature, which this is more just for people's enjoyment, there is a no enemy music while Midna's Desperate Hour is playing. as a toggleable option, which is enabled, because otherwise it would be interrupted by this Bulblin and every other enemy in the entire sequence. So that's a nice little quality of life feature. Unfortunately, this also tends to get copyright claimed on YouTube if you're not constantly talking over them in this desperate hour. So what I'm saying here in a very long-winded manner is that we need to keep talking for the next, 5 minutes straight. Do you think that you guys can do that? Is that something that you guys are capable of?
I can help talking. I like talking. Do you want me to talk about the charity? What do you want to talk about?
Absolutely, Wes.
Oh,
Thank you for understanding where the segue went.
Oh,
Go right
fantastic.
ahead.
I will talk about the charity. So, chat. Oh, Best Friends Animal Society. It is a wonderful cause. If you didn't catch the stream yesterday, we will try to upload it to YouTube as well. But we had like a 40-minute interview with Samantha from Best Friends Animal Society. It was a wonderful interview. Not only did we talk about them trying to stop any animal killing of animals in the United States, but also about some of the other things that Best Friends does. If you go to the website, they have a merch store with a bunch of fantastic merch. All of the proceeds from the merch goes directly to the charity. They're even gonna have another Pride design for upcoming June for the Pride month. So that I'm very excited to see what they're gonna make for that. You can also foster kittens for just a couple of days or a week or several weeks, however long you want, to take care of a kitten, take care of feeding it for just a couple of weeks. Best Friends will provide you with the money and the funds to do that, and will provide you with the food. You just need to take care of them for a couple of weeks. So you can sign up for that if you're in the area. And there's so many things you can do. There's also resources on their website for if you ever had or you have to deal with pet grief. They have resources for that. There's a lot of meditation videos on their YouTube channel and meditation guides on their website to help you get through stuff like that. So it's just all around. There's such a wonderful charity, and they provide so many good resources for you to use to either help your pets or to help yourself to how to handle your pets. So it's just a fantastic cause. So yeah, do you need to talk yourself yet, or should I keep going?
You can keep going if you'd like, or we can absolutely cut in. I've done this a fair number of times at this point for different events, so I'm very used to continuing talking and also just using long-winded sentences that mean basically nothing other than the fact that, for the example, how I've basically just been confirming that I can also talk for 20 plus seconds. These are things that I'm capable of. Now, if you had more to talk about the charity, the mic is all yours. But if not, we can keep going and talking about the fact that this sequence is just a relatively streamlined area where we get into the second sewers segment. Now, something that we can get to in a little bit that, Anno, you might not be aware of is, are you aware of the Bulblin Archer up at the top? You know, the one that we tend to skip. I don't know why I dropped that. Actually, I do know why I dropped that, because I'm thinking about HD. Are you aware of what happens with that Bulblin Archer in the HD version of the game?
I am not aware of this.
Okay, so, for some reason, the HD version of the game, with that Bulblin Archer specifically, it has, the best aim in the world. It will not miss you. At all. Any direction that you go, it will not miss you, as you are aware with runs of the SD version of the game. That is not the case at all. That thing does not hit you basically whatsoever, right? Now, for some reason, it's not a recompile, the PC port with DuskLight has the HD ability with that Archer, even though it was based off of the SD decompile.
Interesting.
So, it's a very interesting little thing to have happen.
The Archer at the bottom of this room does tend to be able to hit you wherever you are in the room. It's interesting that that's extended to the top Archer as well.
Yeah. So, the solution to still hit this early wind cycle here, which we can explain what the early wind cycle is you just hit them.
And the early wind cycle, of course, is just getting to the bridge at the end of this area slightly earlier. It is a fairly specific movement set to do that. but as long as your movement's clean, you can get there just fine. Notably, you can't get the purple rupee in this area and still get it just fine. As much as I really wanted that to happen.
Luckily, we do not need to pick up purple rupees in Midna's Desperate Hour, as it's not a dungeon, and I don't actually believe that one's in a chest. I think it's in a box.
It is in a box, and it may have been relevant in a couple of routes ever. Anyway, now we can stop talking nonstop, I guess, or we can keep doing that.
Yeah, but we can also keep talking just at a more normal pace where we don't sound extremely long-winded.
Yep. Now that we are done with Midna's Desperate Hour, we can head to Arbiter's Grounds, which is normally the 4th dungeon in the run. It will be the 5th dungeon that we complete. No, it will not. It will be the 6th dungeon we complete.
6th.
Because we are not doing this in one trip.
Mm-hmm.
And in SD on the console, this is an 18-second ladder. Dusklight has it a little shorter.
Yes, I haven't timed the 18.5-second ladder with fast climbing yet, though I should do that because I really like referencing the 18.5-second ladder for some reason.
What a frail.
Another thing that will be slightly different is that I'm just going to swim over this way instead of doing any wolfy shenanigans. The crisp gameplay of Dusklight. I'm able to stare at that waterfall you can't see currently. That one over there.
Yeah, Lake Hylia is a hub for laggy gameplay, and in particular on the GameCube version, it takes a significant amount of time to load the area in general. Dusklight is very nice for that.
And now we're on our way to Arbiter's Grounds, which does mean this is one of the downsides of trying to create a file to rush all of the dungeons like that without actually properly loading the dungeons. You run into things like Midna's Desperate Hour has to happen after Lakebed, and Midna's Desperate Hour must be completed to be able to go to the desert to get to Arbiter's Grounds, so it's not like we could possibly go and, you know, warp to the desert and go to Arbiter's Grounds just normally, because if we were able to get to the desert without going to Lakebed, that would be a very good find for the any percent speedrun.
It would be, and our original thought for what we could do for this segment for this showcase was earliest dungeons. Just try to beat the dungeons as early as we possibly can, and eventually we realized that we already kind of do that in all dungeons. There are a couple of different things that we can do, but really we can't improve it that much.
It's just, we already kind of do things in that order because it's kind of just correct to do that. Oh no, my GameCube controller has been disconnected. Because we're doing map glitch again. That one actually had, like, a proper cutscene, so there was an amount of time to actually get my controller unplugged, unlike the previous examples.
That'll let us just get over to the third King Bulblin fight, which is actually the third time we've seen King Bulblin in this run. Although we didn't really see it the first two times. Very quick fight with the Great Spin.
Yeah, one whole spin cycle faster. AB pulls.
12.133 seconds. So, ladder climb sped up by about a third.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for timing that, Myth. That's very appreciated. The 12.133 second ladder on Dusklight.
Honestly, that makes it worth running Dusklight without anything else.
Yeah. The fun fact that I always mention, and I feel like a lot of people always mention, is that burning tent and sense of urgency is not legitimate. You do not need to be worried. It will burn infinitely.
And unlike the bomb house, it does not hurt you just to stay in there. Oh, got a little bit of circles there.
Get a little bit of circles. Love it when we see a little bit of circles. We did not get any during Min's Desperate Hour, otherwise I would have commented on it.
So
yeah, please just let me grab it.
A few new cool tricks have been found in Arbiter's Grounds. We won't be doing the big one. We won't be doing Pogate Clip, I believe, in this run, just because we need to go and complete the first half of the dungeon anyway.
Yeah, we will unfortunately not be doing Pogate Clip or really any of the new fun things, because we won't be skipping the Stallard either. With the new method to do so. Because we kind of want the heart container. And we kind of want everything in this first half of the dungeon as well. Also, we finally split again. Good hour and a half long split.
An hour 32 minutes.
Yep.
Back when I first made splits back in 2013, I didn't have any splits between the end of Lake Bed and the end of Arbiters. Which was...
What was the reason for that?
I just didn't think to. It was my first time making splits ever. There was our 20th PO, by the way.
Yeah, there was our 20th PO.
Which is a fast text box, even without Dusklight. But
the 20th PO always ends up being in Arbiters, regardless of what route it is, I feel like.
It's either in Arbiters or immediately after, yeah. Also, sometimes in Arbiters, it's actually the 21st PO that gives you that text. I don't know why.
Wait, I wasn't aware of that. That's interesting.
Anyway, heart piece in this chest over here.
And because we're in a dungeon, we need to open all the chests. So even if it weren't a heart piece, we would still open it. We'll go get the map from that other one later. But thanks to that being a heart piece, means that I can use Great Spin.
On our minds in a lot of other runs is shortly after this dungeon we usually go to City in the Sky, which requires 300 rupees to repair the cannon, and we'll be doing that too. We do need those 300 rupees. We're not playing on French.
This is true,
but we don't have to get any extra rupees other than what is in the dungeons. What is in the chests in the dungeons, because there are so many in this game.
Do we actually re-equip magic armor between here and there? I don't believe we do.
We do not.
then yeah, we will see all of our 300 well, we're not getting 300 pose, all of our 300 rupees collected within this dungeon and Temple of Time, as those are the two that we have before City in the Sky.
Why do you not need rupees for the cannon in French? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, on the French version.
Yeah.
On the French version, the game forgets to check if you actually have 300 rupees when you go to pay for the cannon.
What?
Yeah, so it nearly made French faster for the any percent route. It did not actually do that, but we did think it did for a bit.
Yeah, the timing that I've heard is it's about 2 seconds slower overall, which is amazing because French has very long text in some cases.
That's crazy.
There's some boss text that stays on the screen for like 4 seconds on French for no apparent reason.
Mm-hmm. Good old Zant. Here's a direction in Arbiter's Grounds you don't really see outside of casual play. Do you mind? Oh. Not what I meant to do, but you know what? Fair enough.
Won't have great spin for the next room, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm. We can continue using this ball and chain. Or, probably a little bit better, bomb arrows.
Yeah, this room is significantly easier to go through the other direction.
Yes, it is.
Which we used to do before Pro Gate Club,
Oh god.
But when we need to complete this entirely.
This is a horrifying
Yeah, I think
sight.
you're going to just suffocate here. Anyway. Let's try that again.
I'm going to be wolf for this.
That is another way to do this. That is exactly why this room is easier going the other direction, because these guys will not notice you going the other way. And Wolf just needs to hit the redeads twice with the midnight charge in order to defeat them. I sort of mentioned something about this before. Beating Midna's Desperate Hour right after Lake Bed is what makes it so Midna is on our backs permanently, and therefore we're able to do the Midna charge in the dungeons. We would have done a Midna charge for a super jump in the first room of Snow Peak Ruins if we had it, but we hadn't done Lake Bed yet.
Mm-hmm. But we will be seeing a super jump shortly, because I was not capable of getting just Lajads working. Reliably, I should say. So I will be doing a super jump method instead. Much to your chagrin, I'm sure. I apologize.
Well, I think both of them are about the same consistency for me, which is not high. It's perfectly fine to do whatever you can do. Anyway, there are ghost rats in this room. It is possible to avoid them, but
not easy.
Not easy. They only spawn after you open the key chest, so we don't usually even have the chance to get swarmed by them. Still have one more PO in the first half of this dungeon. You can skip the first PO and just get the second, third, and fourth, and that's all the game checks for to open the gate. But we need to get all of them for the purposes of this run.
Okay.
That works.
This is a bomb chest here. 5 bombs. Yippee.
which
Grab some hearts.
turn into water bombs because we only have water bombs in our bomb bags.
Now you'll see that if you're looking at the mini-map, we already have the compass, and you're seeing that I'm actually, like, skipping over where some chests are. That is not me forgetting what I'm doing. That is routed in like this. We're going to be going back to those areas, and it'll be more convenient at other times to collect those. Most notably, this goes to that Poe that Anna was talking about just a moment ago. This is Poe 4. We'll see if we can do a fast Poe 4 fight. And one of those chests will be directly below us after this. We go out the other door in this room.
Yeah, this fast fight is finicky. It's just based on where the Poe attacks from. We're getting a little bit of bad luck with the number of times it's circling. But if we just do a side hop from that position, it should go straight into the attack phase again. And interestingly, it's always going to attack from the same side. So it'll come from that same right side the second time as well.
Which is why I can then bait slightly to the left so that it becomes in, or it ends up in the room more, becoming vulnerable to me for longer, because if I knock it down while it's in the wall, I can't reach it. Every fiber in my body wants to try to grab that scent.
Which we grabbed in the first room, or the first Poe. So yeah, we dropped down to this chest. It was slightly more convenient to get it now than crossed the chandelier earlier. And then there's one more chest in the first half of this dungeon.
Mm-hmm. Which is, it doesn't really look like we don't have it right now because of how much of the dungeon we've done. But that's actually the map. So we'll be collecting the map, and then we can see the parts of the dungeon that we haven't done yet, which are very few.
And
Here's Boney and Clyde.
Which were
earned my ire.
Very important for a very brief period of time.
That they were. I'm glad to no longer know them.
So, as a reminder, this run is 100% IL rush, where we started with a file that had gotten everything we could without entering a dungeon, and now we're going through and completing the dungeons entirely, including all of the maps, all of the chests, and all of the small keys, which is only a distinction that matters in one dungeon. There is a bit of the map that we're not getting when we go this direction through the dungeon. The casual way is to go the opposite direction. We did a little clip to get the boss key early. But turns out it's really easy to get that map, and we do not have to go through those rooms at all. Yes, Boney and Clyde are still relevant in TPHD. So there are 3 chests in here that we'll be grabbing. If we had clipped through the Poe gate as the any % run now does, we would be going back through this room later, but we're not doing that. So
we will be doing the accursed save warp after Death Sword. It is a heinous thing in the modern day of Twilight Princess speedrunning, but we will be doing it. So normally this next trick is called triple Stolfos skip, because we skip the 3 Stolfos. Now, something that's interesting about it is that you actually avoid interacting with any Stolfos if you first get Iku and come back to do triple Stolfos skip. So there we got a large chunk of that map that Anna was talking about.
And triple Stoffel skip is another step clip, which is the same sort of thing we did to skip the King Bulblin 2 fight in Wagon Escort. It didn't even need to change the map there. Nice setup. But that lets us clip out of bounds and jump slash onto a ledge, and then we can skip fighting those entirely.
A very nice trick.
On to Death Sword skip, which is a bad trick.
Yes, it is. All right, Death Sword, do you want to behave today? There is no method of this trick that is good.
My consistency with this
just
trick
kind of
is
sucks.
23% on a good day. We'll be trying to do a super jump here on a fairly tight window, and getting that first try is very good.
That
I
looks
imagine-
so cool.
I imagine Glubbers' consistency is better than 23%.
It is, in fact, better than 23%. I don't know my consistency, but I can confirm that, yes, my consistency with that trick is probably higher than 1 in 4.
That looked fantastic. Nice job getting that first try.
Thank you. This dungeon is prone to having the really hard tricks. Now, this route, but also just... Well, I guess Stallard Skip is still there. Like, recent developments have made this dungeon quite a bit easier than it was before, but this route in particular, that is the hardest thing that we do in Arbiters, which, yes, it's difficult, but calling it that feels wrong.
Yeah, we used to do, at its peak, 3 tricks that were originally considered tasks only in this dungeon, and now I think only one of those, which is Death Sword Skip. Which it was only really considered tasks only because we did not understand it. Anyway, going into this room did indeed give us the rest of that map for this side of the dungeon, so we don't need to do anything more. We can just get this key and Uku out.
And that is all of Arbiter's grounds except for the boss is done. So we can now finally go back to the Sacred Grove, and let's go do an entirely different dungeon before we beat Stallard. There is a reason for that. We'll get more into it after we've beaten Stallard, because it will be very obvious why we're doing it then. For now, we can talk about the first time that I'm doing a Moon Boots that isn't... Well, I'm not wearing the Iron Boots. That isn't with...
Yeah.
Backslice. That's second frame.
In 100%, which is pretty much the only run that gets the jump strike, this is the most common type of Moon Boots you'll see. Because we don't have to run out of rupees to do this. But it is still frame perfect in this particular case. And this will just be because we skipped going through the second grove chase normally. There isn't a block that we would normally climb up. And we can also enter this door from the wrong side. That's a fun little thing.
Yep. By slashing it, or like hitting it for some reason.
You can, if you target and walk backwards, that also works. I do not understand why.
That is really weird.
Anyway, now we are in the past and going to Temple of Time, which is a linear dungeon. However, we still find our way to do sequence breaks in here.
I'm totally remembering to split in this category that was made up, that I've definitely run with splits before, ever.
I can do some backslices to get up this a little quicker than just climbing. There is a backslice moon boots you can do in this room. It is not worth doing for multiple reasons in this run.
Actually, I don't know why this is what reminded me of that, but thank you for saying that because it's jogged my memory that I'm going to safety save. I don't know why this is what reminded me, but if I were to fail this next trick, I would lose Uku from Arbiters.
Oh, yes. And you did.
Like that.
We do need that Uku to go back.
That without a safety save, I would have to revert to the previous save, which was not horribly long ago.
You could
It was still a
go
while
back
ago.
through the desert, but that's quite the distance.
Yes. We'll just do this time. Alright, Uku.
This is another trigger
There we go.
that is smaller in Wii 1.0, and I hope that they can... I hope that they do change the triggers back to the Wii 1.0 sizes as a quality of life option, because on Wii, you can just walk to the side of that staircase and Uku does not talk to you.
I wasn't aware that you... I thought it was like a wolf jump attack or something. It's just walking.
Yep, it's just walking. You just hug the wall and you're fine.
This is a lenient trick. Maybe not quite that lenient on the angle.
Yeah, casually you would put a pot on a switch, I think, to get through that. We don't need to do that. We can just do a jump slash over. There's an Armos here that we need to defeat for a chest, as well as this other chest here.
Mm-hmm. And that chest will spawn right there.
And unlike other dungeons, we are getting the dungeon map early.
Yeah, that's true. Oh boy, the dungeon map.
I also feel like it's less important in this dungeon because it is a very linear dungeon.
Yeah, yes it is.
Anyway, now we're going to introduce a tech that was found a few years ago called Long Helm Splitter.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill those guys and draw one of these guys.
And do a TP time
Draw one
loss.
of these guys
Get one of these guys to come over here. And we have the Helm Splitter technique is
do not
just...
want two of you.
Normally you would do a shield attack and then you could jump over an enemy. As it turns out, if you do that with the boomerang, because the boomerang stuns it in the same way, at a certain time, or well, at the same time that it is being stunned again, it gives you an extra boost up, and you can get over that just like that.
Get hit, please. Just like that. We'll be seeing a couple of long-held splitters in this run, or in this dungeon, I should say. It's a very neat trick. I remember when long-held splitter was found, it nearly got me to come back to 100%.
Yeah, it suddenly made this dungeon significantly more fun.
Mm-hmm. Actually, preparing for this run has made me want to relearn 100%.
It's made me consider just making a total dungeon completion category for Twilight Princess, which could be fun. You wouldn't get all the hidden skills, but I think it could be an interesting run.
All right, and in this room, we're going to do what are called statue throws, and these are historically not my favorite, so we'll see how this goes.
At least you have 10 hearts, so you can use the normal 100% Qs.
I have never used the normal 100% Q, apparently. I've always used...
You also stand at a very different place than I normally do.
Pillar. Oh, wait, I'm just lower than I should be. No, you were right on that. You were supposed to be, like, here.
Yeah. In a lot of the tricks we do in this dungeon, the casual way to do it is to already have the Dominion Rod. You'd be coming back through the dungeon. We would strongly prefer to just do them all now.
Absolutely.
Because we will be skipping the statue escort to go back through the dungeon later. I usually stand significantly further right, but
like over here.
Yeah.
We will.
There are invisible walls along these fences, probably to prevent you from doing exactly what we're trying to do.
But it is possible.
It is possible.
The heart queue is... So what is your heart queue here? Using the 10th heart,
10th heart,
bisecting...
the right side of the 10th heart on the left side of that white line, or that lighter line.
Oh, so like that.
Yeah. But probably also requires a specific position, which is still further right than you're going.
Oh, that is too far, right? There we go.
You can throw it over and miss the switch, which is painful anytime it happens.
Yes. Yes, it is. Now, this one has always been the one that's a bit easier. I say, as I do not get it first try.
Yeah, I've always found this one to be easier. It's definitely easier to spot where to stand.
Yes.
Nice little splotch on the stairs. Our favorite things in Twilight Princess setups, splotches on the floor.
Yeah, because they really liked spattering like black splotches everywhere when they made this game. Alright, and then do not forget this, I believe, 10 rupees?
I think it's 20.
20, it's 20.
One of the easier chests to forget in this run.
Absolutely. Funny enough, one of the easiest ones to miss in this dungeon is the compass.
Yes.
It's kind of behind a wall. But it's in this next room that we'll be going into. It will actually be the next thing we pick up.
So there is a switch here that will move the walls back and forth. The compass is behind the wall right now. So we will need to bomb arrow that switch or just shoot an arrow at it to get to it.
Yeah, I apologize for my all dungeons habits of save every bomb ever in this dungeon.
We will be getting 15 more water bombs right at the start of City in the Sky, which...
That is true.
Yeah. With 60 water bombs in Lakebed and then plenty of bomb chests in other dungeons. It's not really probably that much of a concern. We'll be seeing another long helm splitter here to get over this fence. This used to be done by a Moon Boots.
I did not part it.
Used to be done by a Moon Boots jump strike that was not easy.
Get against the wall, please.
It's a little bit early there.
I don't think that.
Although I think you might be able to do a backslice Moon Boots over this as well, but we don't want to lose 200 rupees right now.
Oh, yeah, no, if we end up accidentally killing this guy or something, my backup is going to be a pretty old now hundo strat. They involve a bomb and the spinner.
It is still cool.
Still going early. I did not. Okay, fair enough. We will do that still cool strats. Hey Wes, it's been a minute since you've said anything. How are things going with this wonderful event?
I think we actually got a pretty big donation. So let me grab that. We actually got a couple. So we have $50 from Anorakkis. I'm bad at Majora's Mask. Please teach me the tricks. Are you that bad at Majora's Mask? I don't believe it.
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you for the $50. And then we have Cat Chef from the Zelda Dungeon team, who says, "Cheers to the Dungeon Runners team. Thanks for supporting such an awesome charity with this stream." Thank you very much, Katie, for the $20. And then we have Padamer6, who donated $30 with no message. How dare you, Padamer? You could have at least written something in German for me. Come on. But yeah, thank you all very much for the donations. And that gets us 60, 90 to 110, which is already 3 tricks unlocked for the incentive.
Whoa. What tricks? Do we know what tricks Morph is going to teach us?
I can give you the poll options. So the one that's currently number 1 is Orange Day 1. So it's getting into the Orange Day 1 without blowing up the boulder. The one that's currently in second place is Time Stop. So it's just just time stop that can be used anywhere. And then the other options we have are the Snowhead Bosky Skip, how to get infinite money, and how to get into the hideout.
Hey, those are all very solid options. I'm also bad at Majora's Mask. Can we get some learning going on? I would like to be learned on Majora's Mask. It is actually true. Anytime I try to learn Majora's Mask, it is a pain in my mind.
I have successfully
very complicated.
I have successfully done the all dungeons restricted route once.
That's more than I can say. I have done Defeat Majora a couple of times. Which does the Night 3 Ikana Warp.
I need to practice.
What about you?
Sorry, I keep talking at the same time. I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to throw to you. I'm sorry.
I have to practice Majora's Mask for summer, and I'm really interested in Time Stop because Morpheus said it apparently is like super easy, but super useful in a lot of places. So I'm really interested in Time Stop.
Time Stop is a very solid glitch.
That is true. Another chest that's very easy to forget, but also it's kind of in your face, so if you forget it, it's a little bit silly.
That's not the only thing in this area that I've forgotten before. The Poe outside this room is also very easy to forget.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, every dungeon after Lakebed has at least 2 Poes in it.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 in Arbiter's Grounds, obviously, and 3 in Snow Peak. I think the others... Palace of Twilight and Harrow Castle don't have any, but...
And there are 2 in Temple of Time and 2 in City, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. Out of the 60 in the game, I sometimes wish there were more in the dungeons. Fewer overworld things to worry about in Hundo. Anyway, we'll be skipping over this gate by telling this Lizalfos how rude he is, and then doing an LJA before it will reactivate. Then we can just shoot bomb arrows from the stairs here to defeat these Armos. We do need to defeat all of these spiders, though, to spawn a chest. What is the name for these enemies? Gomalings?
Gomalings. Yeah.
Another fun little fact that is not very well known. If you get on the spinner, they will swarm you.
Oh.
I do not know why.
I didn't know that.
If you have a second, I got another donation from Palamer with I dug a hole for myself because he just donated with the longest German word in the German language for me to read.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Good luck.
We're just going to not skip this thing because I don't like skipping this thing.
Okay, so Palamer, thank you for another $10 donation. And it says, all right, Wes, you wanted German, you're on. Read this aloud. Rindfleischetikettierungsüberwachungsauffgabenübertragungsgesetz. I don't remember what it says. But I hope I didn't butcher that pronunciation too badly.
Excuse you, Mr. Darknut. Thank you. Sorry. What does that mean?
I think is this the same word as you recently told us about Palamer? Because if that's the case, I think it's a specific compartment of the German government that keeps track of meat production or something. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Beef labeling supervision duties
wonderful.
delegation law. Yep.
Yep.
Anyway, we have the Dominion run now.
Yeah, we do. Temple of Time's a linear dungeon. We have everything. We got the boss key and the dungeon item, and now we can just go to the boss. Although there's a giant door in the way.
Normally, the game wants you to use the Dominion Rod to take a statue back through the dungeon. But we don't need to do that, because we have this fun thing called displacement clips, which will let us just go straight through this door.
Goodbye, door. The development of dot skip is a very interesting one in my mind. Because every method of doing it is just heavily varied from the other. That is not... Yeah, fair enough. It's just heavily varied from the other methods, I feel like. And, like, seeing it grow has been interesting in that way.
Yeah. Dot skip is another thing that was found originally by Mr. Men in 2018 and saved 4 minutes in a couple of categories. And it turns out back then it was also a displacement clip. We just didn't know it yet. And now that we know more about the tech, we can just do a roll stab through very consistently rather than rolling at the wall over and over again.
The method that has since been known as RNG clipping, where you roll trying to sync an animation frame and hoping it works.
Did Armagoma just climb through that statue?
Yes.
Excellent.
Have you not seen diagonal climbing before?
I don't think I noticed it. No. But
That is actually optimal. When she climbs diagonally, it takes less time for her to get to where she goes to spawn her babies.
I do tend to actively avoid this dungeon, so I'm not terribly surprised that I hadn't noticed it before.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, this is Armagoma. This is an RNG section. Armagoma will go to at least 3 lights, and hopefully only 3 lights.
Mm-hmm. I am more of a fan of doing this with Great Spin. Hopefully if she picks lights, she stops picking exact opposite corners.
There we go. Fortunately, there's no animation like Deku Toad for when Armagoma lands on you.
Yeah. Link does have this face, though.
That actually, now that I look at it, that kind of reminds me of the surprise Pikachu meme.
Yeah, kind of. Surprise Link, as it were.
Just one mirror shard
And
left.
now, yeah, I kind of. I guess the other one that's missing is just in the mirror that we haven't been to yet. She doesn't know that yet. I remembered to split again.
Right, now we are done with Temple of Time, and we're just going to go straight back to Arbiter's Grounds.
That was an intermission of we're going back to your regularly scheduled Arbiter's Grounds Stallard fight.
This does put us back at the start of the room, so we don't have to climb back up out of the area. Probably
We can just go through this door.
a pretty optimal place to use it. Notice that now that we are out of the past, the Dominion Rod is aged, and we can't use it for anything.
Yes, it needs the power restored to it,
Which
is needed for exactly one thing
yes,
in Hyrule Castle.
needed. Well, it is needed for one
needed
thing.
is a strong word.
However, that one thing does get us access to, I think, 13 chests, so it is
Yeah.
fairly important for a run like this.
It is needed for a access to the third small key, which then can open up the treasury. All right. Now for a fight that I've skipped doing for a long time.
Which is another somewhat RNG fight. Not for the first hit there, but there will be stall troops that spawn in random places, as far as I know, that
Like
we'll
that.
need to avoid.
As we break his spine. It's a rather gruesome thing to do.
And we'll be going around the back and bouncing off of that one to get to the spine because of the wall that was formed.
And now, that was a very easy boss fight. Thank God there's no second phase.
Thank goodness. We actually did just get another donation by Catherine, who says, "Good luck, runners. So happy to donate to Best Friends Animal Society with 25 bucks." So thank you very much for the 25 bucks, Catherine.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that's very, very kind. Does that put us over another trick in Majora's Mask?
I think that puts us $5 away from all 5 tricks.
Oh, all right. Well, this boss fight's over, so, you know, but maybe by the time we get out that door over there... Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's back.
Notably without a back this time, though.
Yeah, actually.
But if we roll 5 times and then get on the spinner, we can get him before he runs away. And then it's just a series of quick spins, which is only 3 of them, as it turns out, with Great Spin.
I hadn't done that with Great Spin yet. I was wondering how many that was going to take. I was expecting it to be longer. I don't know why I was expecting it to be longer, but I was.
I can't believe the second phase lasted shorter than the first phase.
Yeah. All right.
And they put the heart container right in front of us. We can just roll or DF walk into it. The spinner does move faster in boss rooms, so it is the fastest way to get to the door to ride on the spinner. That is true almost nowhere else in the game.
I don't know if fast spinner is supposed to be a quality of life thing. I don't believe it is.
I don't think so.
At least, if it is added, I imagine it will be disabled when speedrun mode is active. As there is a speedrun mode on Dusklight, which disables a lot of things, because please do not cheat your speedrun. How did... Okay. There we go.
We'll be...
And because we won't be raising the mirror, and we defeated Stallard, we have to do something that hasn't really been done very much for a long while.
Yep, we have to zoom into the map, because otherwise Midna will tell us that we need to go and find the Mirror of Twilight.
Mm-hmm. Because it's right there. I believe she actually says it's right there if you're on that specific map.
Anyway, now we need to go through the quest to restore the power to the Dominion Rod. So the start of that is talking to Renato, getting Renato's letter, and it'll be just a little trade quest. The reason why we needed to do the Stallard fight after Temple of Time is because we need it to be night for a section of this quest.
So this prevents us from having to set the time of day to night through one of any means. Unfortunately, one of the other things disabled in the speedrun mode is the actual sun's song that they added. I don't know why I just transformed, as I will need to transform back by the time I get to this door.
At least it's quick.
And as you can see, there was no issue with money whatsoever. We are at 346 rupees, just by virtue of the rupees collected in the run so far. Or, like, in the past couple of dungeons, through chests and whatnot.
And Dusklight does give us larger wallets, which is a thing that is allowed in the speedrun mode, I believe.
Yes, that is accurate.
It just doesn't matter for this run. We don't exceed 600 rupees anyway. Because of the...
as well as the ability to just still collect those rupees if it would otherwise be too much for our wallet. That's nice for a run like this, where you don't have to worry about that whatsoever. As we commented on a little while ago.
if you want to do the Argarok 2 cycle, you could go and get the Giovanni's bottle right now. I don't think it would be faster considering we have to go out of our way for it. So probably not.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Hello, old doctor. Does he have a name other than the doctor?
I don't know.
Well, he's wearing slippers, so he's not much of a doctor anyways.
Show him his invoice from Tolma's bar and get the medicine sent. That will send us to South Hyrule Field, where there are going to be some stallhounds to fight, which is that hound that we just talked to is not a stallhound. It is currently alive. Maybe later, though.
Mm.
Oh, we will need...
That one would be a little bit cute as a stallhound.
Yes, it would be. We do need to talk to Louise to make sure those will actually spawn. Who seems to be the only thing happy to see us. Well, yeah. I suppose the other dog was as well.
The other dog was willing to discuss matters of trade with us.
This is the part that requires it to be night. As long as it is night and we have talked to Louise, these stallhounds will spawn and we can get the wooden statue.
And we will attempt to get to the spot where it spawns, which I believe is about here. I was off. Actually, I don't know how far off. But anyways, so now we can go back to Ilya and show her the wooden statue, which is nice, because after that we're going straight to Hidden Village, which we do not actually have the warp point for. Or not the warp point for Hidden Village, but rather the one for the Bridge of Eldin. We're going to see a fun little trick to get around that.
This is another fun thing to point out. This actually is the reason why we got the Zora armor. If we give the wooden statue to Ilya and we have not gotten the Zora armor, there are 2 Renatos in this room, and that crashes the game.
Ah! I was wondering what you were talking about before, but that does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't think... Lakebed wouldn't be fast without Zora armor, but I think it would be possible. We only strictly need it for that. Which is just a silly thing that we discovered in a different marathon run between me and Bewildebeest back a few years ago. Rediscovered, I should
Wonderful.
say.
We did actually get another small donation to get us up to that $150 for Majora's Mask. Again from Katie. Let's get all those 5 tricks with $5. Thank you very much, Katie.
So we're going to turn on map glitch here, and I almost forgot to do it, which would have been awkward considering I'm not going the correct direction. So if you turn on map glitch and you ride Epona, you can do a thing called Epona Out of Bounds. And she can fly.
Yep. As long as there isn't ground beneath Epona, she won't fall.
There's apparently ground right there.
There is.
I am surprised by that.
Yeah, the box for that area is big. I don't think the bridge has warped away. Did you check that? Oh, there it is.
What is happening?
The bridge is being warped away.
Epona, no!
Oh no!
What? Why is she there?
Oh no!
That's interesting. I thought that required it being before Lakebed Temple for those guys to spawn, but I guess not.
I was confused by a lot of what just happened, but not that part of it. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that if the animation can play, then the Shadow Beasts would show up. Okay, so I have to go, like, very far around, is my understanding.
Yeah, that's accurate.
It's one thing to see Link out of bounds, but to see Epona out of bounds with Link, it's just...
That should be plenty far. Although I haven't done this trick with Epona for a long time. We're now far enough out of bounds that our map cursor is off the map.
Goodbye. Yeah, and inbounds is not in front of us, but instead across that void from us. I believe going this way I should see... Yep. Yeah, Epona out of bounds is a fun one. You get some interesting tricks like this. Like, if you do a randomizer of Twilight Princess, like, with glitched logic, you see a fair bit of this.
We're just doing that to get over to this section past the rocks.
Which I'm going to just backflip off.
Only 1 heart of damage, even from that height.
Mm-hmm. And into the hidden village. Except I have map glitch on. But I have updated where my respawn point is. Most notably. I am confused by that, actually. There is another way that I can do this. Where I go from Castletown.
I think you can also LGA across the bridgeless gap. And you will void, but you would spawn on the other side.
Ah, that's interesting. Well, this is going to be a fun little stroll that we normally wouldn't have in a category like this because we don't have Linear Twilight at all. But nope, we're going to do it in reverse. Well, I guess we did do MBH. We wouldn't have it a second time normally, but this time we do. It's a little treat for you. There's a mail trigger here. Huh?
Yeah, that's not one we ever really see.
So, fun fact with the a side effect of the quick text on Dusk Light is that, as you saw, the mailman didn't deliver the mail. It's because you progressed the text too quickly. So he cannot deliver the mail. He doesn't get to that point in his animation, so he just walks away.
I was wondering why he ran away again so fast. It looks so silly.
Yeah, he just walks up to you, goes, da, 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 and then leaves.
Shall I say a quick bit about the charity while you're running over there?
Absolutely. Okay. You can even continue saying it because I'm nearly there, and I will be shooting Bulblins with a bow.
Oh, but I don't want to interrupt the music too much. It's such good music.
Oh.
But yeah.
Well,
so already gotten to the donation incentive, which is and we're very happy with that. So thank you very much, everyone, for donating. But for those of you still sitting on the fence if you should donate or not donate, that $150 just got us all the way up to $455, which is $45 away from the $500. And for $500, what Best Friends could do is they could $500 is enough to vaccinate more than 80 newborn kittens. 80 of them. So that's so many kittens that they could get vaccinated with just $500. So yeah, if you're wondering what you should be aiming for, what we are aiming for, just with $45 more, we could be helping 80 kitties already. So yeah, keep donating, keep getting that total up, because it's who doesn't love cats, and to have 80 more of them living a good life, that's just wonderful.
And now we have some very cat jam music for all of those cats. I thought I got you earlier.
I guess we are right now saving the cats in real life and in the game.
There it goes. How long do you think she was in that house for?
3 hours and 20 minutes.
Ah, fair enough.
Nice.
Alright, so we just need to show her the Dominion Rod, which will give us the Skybook that can get us that re-enabled Dominion Rod. She also gave us that, which can finish a quest, but why would we care about that? Why are these still here? Ah. Alright, and now we need to go to Transformation Spot.
Oh, yes. Because we can't transform anywhere but here in Hidden Village.
If you noticed the very slight adjustments that I did in that right corner of that windowsill, 2 of them didn't work and 1 of them did. Do we know why that is? It's just like, it's meant to be over the entire area, but it just is out of something's vision there.
I think I've seen the explanation, but I don't know exactly.
You can't have your memory back. You, however, can give me power. Why do I remember this being a skippable cutscene?
Because you're used to all dungeons.
That's true.
Yeah, a lot of interactions with Chad are skippable, but not this one. That restores power to the Dominion Rod, and normally we would now need to go around Hyrule and collect letters for our Skybook. But instead, we're just going to clip through this statue, because it's a waste of time to do that.
Yeah, somehow... It's prioritizing Shield Bash, so I'm just gonna do it this way instead of Quick Transform. And we managed to not lose rupees doing that. I don't know how we would have, but that's good news for us because it means that we can warp this cannon. Well, we could always warp the cannon. We can repair this cannon. We can talk to Plum as well, apparently. Hi, Plum. I was wondering if this was going to happen at some point.
We
nearly did.
Could have talked to Plum earlier on our way to Lakebed had we chosen the other option for getting there, but
that is true.
It was
trying to show him
damage.
We're not.
All right, we are now about to go into City in the Sky. The last 3 dungeons, there's nothing fancy in them. It's just we will be going through, getting all the chests,
Collecting everything.
Pretty similar to the 100% routes for City in the Sky and Palace of Twilight. 100% in Hyrule Castle doesn't really have anything extra, whereas we will have to collect all of the chests, which means we'll have to go through a significant portion more.
Mm-hmm. We'll need that, and I will get the iron boots, because the first thing that we're going to actually do in City in the Sky will require them. Now, our first order of business, as we are collecting everything, all map points and all chests and collectibles within the dungeon, our first order of business is there's 2 chests just in this pool. We're doing really well. We're already getting 2 chests. After that, we're going to go to a shop and then window shop and leave. Alright, this first one is the
20 rupees.
Red rupee chest. This next one is the water bombs.
Just these water bombs are a good backup for any run that will need bombs for Zant. We don't strictly need very many bombs in the rest of the run. We would have been fine without them, but it's still nice to have, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so we're going to go into this shop here and take a look at the contents of this shop. This is the Uku shop. I'm not interested.
Are you sure you could get a red potion?
Yeah. For the bottle I don't have.
Exactly.
Alright, and so we're actually going to be doing things much like in any percent run would for the first little bit, as there's not really any collectibles until after the... other than the ones that we just got for the first couple of rooms.
Yeah, there was another displacement clip found recently for City in the Sky. We won't be doing it just because we need the map and a couple of chests in the other path. We are doing, however, this little transform before the door that skips over a trigger, which will save a little bit of time later. We are going to that area of the dungeon normally, and normally most of the time save is because of lag. So I don't know how much it really saves at Dusklight. It's also a quick transform.
It's a good point. It's obviously still useful in, like, most circumstances, but Dusklight and hundo-esque requirements for city? That was a very good question.
There is also a way to skip this small key, and it is even RTA viable with what we have right now. It isn't RTA viable for a low percent run where it would be pretty significant to be able to do. But setting or getting that small key sets our spawn point to this room, and that will be ideal because this is exactly where we want to go later after we get the double claw shots, the dungeon item. That
I
is,
was expecting wind to be stronger there.
as long as Glubbers can successfully skip this cutscene right here, which was able to do. There's just a ground trigger that we can go over. That makes it so the bridge isn't destroyed and our save point stays in that small key room.
Yeah, and so we are going to get over there without... Well, if you were able to skip the spinner here, I would be very impressed because it's a very large gap, but it would be a pretty notable thing. I say as though the other spinner was not just as notable, but...
It would typically be ideal to do this dungeon before Arbiter's Grounds, but we have that spinner requirement.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to attempt to grab a... Not like that. Grab the compass with a jump attack. This is going fantastic.
Yeah, we need the wind here to help boost us, but it also has a tendency to just push us off.
Just do that. We're attempting to land on the... Okay, actually you.
I think you might be able to just do a
land.
normal backslice over the railing.
Huh.
I was mistaken. It needs to be a moon boots. Another trick here that you don't really see outside of ILs.
No, not at all.
Definitely works with the side up. I think it needs to be slightly more tilted.
I'm going to deal with this guy real quick. Slightly more tilted inwards, you mean?
Yeah, that angle probably works.
Nope.
Maybe not.
Let's go basically 90 then. I lost all the momentum that time.
You can. I don't remember how I used to do this. I definitely did not do this side hop when I was doing Hundo ILs. I think it was a moon boots.
Well, it can also be a jump attack. The jump attack is just an interesting one. Not like that. Well, two birds with one stone. I don't need rupees for the rest of this.
That looked like a first frame.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, we can do it a different way. One that does not get hit by you. Have a nice day. No. Okay. And the alternative would be coming back this way. It's a very slow thing to come back this way.
Yes, it is.
You. This would kill me anyways, so... Excuse you. It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
There should definitely be multiple ways to do this. I'm just unfamiliar with this.
Yeah, there definitely are.
That one I hit something invisible. Okay. No, not what I... Well, that's also not what I meant to do. I climb, please. Thank you. We will attempt this. Nope. What?
It might be better at this point to just come back later.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That is, I am in agreement.
Unfortunate.
Why?
Oh,
I've done that LJ a million times. I don't know why I targeted.
You target
And
there? That has a chance to crash the game if you're on the right side.
True. And yeah, there's no way of making that. Alright, we will come back for that. Now, there's multiple chests in this room. One's over there. Which we can just LJA to. We're going to be seeing a lot of jumping into voids, it seems. I hope that you guys were ready for this.
This is the dungeon to do that in.
Yes.
That is the only chest in this room. We can just go to the next one normally.
I mean, all these 2D speedrunners keep ignoring the void, so it's probably good to show what an actual void looks like for once.
True.
That works. Even the Dynalphos are joining in on the jumping into the voids. Barely.
I just needed to show them the way. Here's our friend Uku. And there's going to be multiple other friends Uku in this room. This room has a couple of chests.
We need to claw shot up to a switch for that.
Yeah. The switch. Oh,
switch
right.
at the start of the room.
I was like, wait, isn't it at the other end of the room? And no, it is not.
Lots of little things that we normally don't pay attention to. Just because there's no reason to get this 20 rupee chest in any other scenario.
It's 20 rupees. That keys is very low. I'm not questioning it. Let's see, is the cycle going to be good enough for Uku jump here? Yes.
It will be. The Uku was nice enough to stay next to you after grabbing onto that ledge.
Yes, it was. And then there's a switch to the left here, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I can LJA over to it, but... Nope, it is reachable.
That gate that just opened, we are able to clip through it, but when we have to get the chest in the other room, it's not faster to do so.
Here's the map. Then we're going to just LJ. That is the claw shot.
Claw shot LGA.
Claw shot LJA.
Simple. And now we're in the Aralphos fight, which we will not be defeating.
And I believe on critical health you do
It's just the normal setup
this,
from the
but in
middle.
the middle.
So we can do a displacement clip to clip through the door there and get to the bottom without activating the switch. And then Glubbers will be doing a...
Oh, goodness. I will be freehanding
Freehanding
it because
it.
I just messed up.
there is a setup for that angle, but I was able to find it pretty quickly.
That was definitely faster than doing the setup.
And
So we'll equip that, and we will be safe warping.
yeah, going back to that compass chest is not trivial when you do the fight that way, but we will be able to get back there.
Yeah, we will be doing basically everything else first. It's just... There is a chest straight across here. We can one shot there. Grab this guy. We should be able to claw shot that. I don't believe that there is a chest right there.
There isn't.
Not what I intended to do. It is easier if you come out a little bit. I was supposed to go to... Yeah. Okay.
When we're claw shotting, it was going to a target. The collision is disabled, so we can kind of go through walls. That's how we were able to clip through the Aralphos gate earlier. It's very nice for claw shotting around corners like that.
There is multiple chests in here. One of them's right there. I, for some reason, thought there was a grate that I could claw shot to get a little bit closer. There's 2 more. This chest and 1 more in this room. Over there.
Good to get the tile worm out of the way. Just if you land on it, it will launch you.
I don't know why I heard you say that and pathologically just attacked the tile worm, but you know what? Fair enough. There's no way this worked. Okay.
It did. Couple chests in this room.
And the number? Yeah. One right here. That Keese is going to attack me.
Not successfully, it seems.
I should have said attempt to attack me.
Can do an LJA here just to get across slightly quicker. And get this heart piece to finally refill our hearts.
Fair enough. I need to void now.
Yeah, you need to void.
And that's not a void. Hello to the big bobble. Okay. Big Baba, you didn't do that last time? Yep. Okay, fair enough.
You should be able to claw shot up to the thing from there. That Baba can have a very long neck. I also think there's one more chest over to the...
There is. You talking about
Yeah, that one.
one like over there?
Climb the vines and then jump over to the platform.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. This is how you would normally get to... Fair enough. This one... Something did feel really off because you can LJA from here to there by doing something like that. There's our good friend the Denalphos. Alright, and then in the outside room, which is a lot of this dungeon.
We have a lot of things to do.
Yes, we do.
we can do an LJA to get across that wall without waiting for the P-hat. And unfortunately, we'll have to wait for this one to get across. There's a Poe. There are 4 chests. And these P-hat cycles are
right here.
A little annoying.
The second chest being over here, which only really makes sense to get right now because of the P-hat cycle. So we can reset the P-hat cycle by going in here. This will also reset our respawn point.
Can you claw shot just over? You can just claw shot over there, yeah.
Yeah. And that should reset the cycle of the one that I want to grab onto by going through that door like I did. Excuse you. Did you lose aggro? Come on. Alright, well I was trying to be on cycle and I believe that will not be on cycle as a result.
Yeah,
no.
You can LJA from the root to void.
Yeah.
If at some point you have 5 seconds, I have something to say about the donations.
Absolutely.
Okay, so since we already hit the $150 for Majora's Mask, we have opted to already start the poll for the character model for the Wind Waker race tomorrow. So from now on, if you donate, you will see a poll to select which model will be played during the Wind Waker race. We have 6 options, and the top 2 options of those will be played, one by me, one by Groval. And the options are Malon, Tingle, Grandma, Goku, Sans from Undertale, and Postbox Man.
Goku.
Yeah, Goku is a Wind Waker randomizer.
Man, they put Goku in everything these days. I'm surprised that I dropped there.
You should probably just void.
Yeah.
And you can claw shot the P-hat under the wall. Should be that cycle. The other P-hat.
Ah. There's this chest over here.
Yay, more bombs.
And yay! And then that door would also be a way out.
We're getting close to the end of this dungeon.
Mm-hmm. A fair few things to get outside in this next part too. I believe it's a Poe and 3 chests in this segment.
Including the just outside, I think it's
Ah.
just 2 chests.
Yeah. I came in a different door than I was mentally going in. And I just went around in a full circle as a result. Yeah, so there's the one that was to the left over here. So there's that one. And that one. Excuse you. I have no clue why I just did that without doing an LJA, but I did. And then there's that chest.
That chest and the Poe over there. We can
Yep.
do an LJA to this.
Fair
That
enough.
also works. I can do an LJA over to that pillar and then do an early jump attack to the Poe.
Yeah. Oh, an LJA to the pillar. Okay.
And here comes the Denalphus.
The Denalphos is going to... It's going to die. Denalphos is what it's going to do. Let's see what I did there. Come on. Thank you. Man, you don't do a trick for multiple years, and somehow your consistency with it goes into the garbage. Did that Denalphos have 50 rupees?
I doubt it. This chest will, though.
Oh, yeah. There's our Poe. Another chest. Then the boss key.
Then the boss key and one more chest before we head over to the boss. And one more chest on the way to the boss.
So first we have this chest. Oh, it's only on the other side, isn't it?
Yeah. Normally we'd need to turn this fan on, but we're able to do LGAs to skip it. And even if we couldn't do LGAs like the Wii version, we could skip it. Because if you target the top of these fans, it will put you on top, and that's enough to get over them.
Ah. Yeah.
Cool Kark.
And we have this chest right here. Ah, almost. The fan trigger here is, or fan room here is one that every runner has to keep very practiced on. Alright, and finally into Anorakkis, the last part of City.
Does it have the Wii 1.0 you can skip this cutscene?
No.
Dang. On Wii 1.0 you can just skip and it starts the fight immediately. You don't have to clutch on up to these vines.
I had not... I've heard about that, but I did not check until just now.
think it's so cool that Link in this game just fights a dragon. An actual dragon.
Yes, Argarok is... Well, Argarok is a Kargarok, don't you know? Why did I unequip the... Okay. Time to do this in a way that I haven't done in a while.
Yeah, we're able to clash out Argarok again before it flies away and have a quick cycle too. Took off the Iron Boots and didn't quite have time for that, but it doesn't take too long to get Argarok back in range.
No, not a concern.
There were...
And now we have a interestingly long cutscene for what this is.
There are a few things we can do to speed up this fight, but most of it's just trying to get Argarok to stop shooting fire at us as quickly as possible. So, if there's anything to say about the charity, you can probably go ahead, Liz.
Sure, I can go ahead. I'm gonna steal Alex's bit because I was just reminded of something else that we talked about yesterday during the interview, and Alex will mention it a bit again, but I can already mention it a second time. So yesterday at the end of the interview, we discussed actually that if 6% of people in the United States adopted instead of getting their pets from a shelter, it would pretty much already resolve the overpopulation in America of pets. So that's such an insane number because it's like 6% is not that much. So if only 6% of people just went to a shelter and got their pet from there and got a pet, you know, that's it has already lived a life, but that also means it has a story, it has a personality, and there's so much like going on there for a pet. If 6% more people got a pet from there, it would just already be like almost, it would pretty much solve the entire issue like immediately. So that's so crazy to think about, and Best Friends is trying to really educate people on this fact that that adopting is that important, and that such a small step can go such a long way. So I think that's a really interesting thing to share, and I hope it
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like, I've mentioned as much when we were talking during the interview beforehand about my pets that I've had growing up. All of them are, well, I shouldn't say all of them. My dad's most recent pets aren't rescues, but all of my previous pets have been rescues, and we loved them so much for who they were when they came to us, and they were who they were because of their past lives, you know, before adopting. It's absolutely... I don't even imagine getting a pet from anywhere else, but that's just me. But yeah, this charity does a great job for a great cause, and, you know, this event is just fantastic for all of what it does, so thank you guys.
Thank you for showcasing not one but 2 games. And back to back.
I don't know why that first one missed, but okay.
Not sure. That's Argarok. So at this point, the 100% speedrun would pretty much have everything we have right now and more. All of the hidden skills. It would get the last couple of hidden skills on the way to Palace of Twilight. So there isn't too much we'll add.
Yeah, there isn't too much that's actually contained in Palace of Twilight or Hyrule Castle, so it does resemble, like, in any percent run, quite a bit more than the other dungeons would. Just a few collectibles here and there. Especially with Palace of Twilight, it largely is just the small keys. Good old Palace of 7 small keys.
All of which are required.
Yeah. There we go. Into Palace of Twilight. This is where it starts to feel like a victory lap, and maybe that's just the perspective of someone who runs the game, but it's because so much of it is just normal by the end. By this point in the run, it kind of feels like you're in one at the end, and two, nothing ever really seems to shift in Palace of Twilight, or that much in Hyrule. You just kind of do the same thing, but hey, I have this much more equipment or this much less equipment. Yeah, but the actual things that you're doing are very samey.
Yeah, and especially after Arbiter's Grounds and City in the Sky, which I find to be the most difficult dungeons to get through in most other runs, particularly Arbiter's Grounds. It's nice to have a consistent dungeon that does not have that much going on.
So how do you feel about... have you seen much of Dusklight, Anna?
I haven't, really.
How do you feel about how Palace of Twilight looks with the adjusted bloom?
I think it looks great.
I agree. A lot of people have just said how much better it looks, because the bloom has its own effects for ambiance, and they're great for their own reasons, but there is just something about cleaning it up and having a more sleek look to it that helps it shine.
Dusklight just looks great in general.
Absolutely. What about you, Wes? Have you played the PC port of this at all?
No, I've been mainly been practicing Wind Waker recently, so I haven't had the chance. But yeah, people have been really recommending us to try it out as well. So I know Myth has said the first thing he's gonna do after this event is try out Dusklight. I think I might have to join him, but yeah. I will say
definitely enjoy what
I do always struggle with like the upscaled frames, especially with like the Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time PC ports. But of course, Twilight Princess had an HD version as well, so maybe it's gonna be less awkward with Dusklight. But I do always struggle with like the increased frame rates.
Yeah, it can be a struggle for sure. I don't disagree with that statement, but the thing that I personally see is, like, well, one, it is a quality of life feature. You can just turn it off if you so choose and have it run at 30, just with upscaled graphics and whatnot. But further, I agree with what you say about, like, you know, there's the differences that you see in terms of, like, TPHD and, well, just Wii looks different from GameCube, even, right?
Yeah.
So, there's a lot to it. Definitely, like, you know, not everyone will be a fan, but it's definitely worth giving a shot.
Can you choose if the world is mirrored without playing in hero mode? Oh, no, that's fantastic, because I always, whenever I look at the game and it's not on the Wii, then I'm like, oh, it's the wrong way around.
Yeah, no, you can absolutely do that.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It would disorient me to no end. But
I personally really like the Wii speedrun of Twilight Princess. It's a lot less popular than GameCube, but it has a couple of very cool Epona out of bounds sections, and the couple of Wii runners have taken it a long way in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Bedamja especially has really risen up and become a great runner in all aspects of the game.
So I'll probably do more Wii runs at some point, but it is nice that Dusklight is able to do that orientation for those that is the version of the game that they are most accustomed to.
Wow, a piece of heart. There's the only difference that we've done so far from an any percent, by the way. Just to hammer that point home. And as Anno said earlier, there are no Poes in here either. Yeah, I've also been meaning to try out just different things within the TP speedrun sphere, right? Dusk has really brought me, like, just back into it a bit, which is nice. I say as though I wasn't also earlier this year just running all dungeons, but I don't know, I've largely been out of it for a bit. Except for very fringe circumstances that keep happening where I get asked to do things. I do largely enjoy this game.
And even then, it's not even the only Zelda
ones.
game you're running in this marathon. So.
Exactly.
Anyway, this is Stupid Room.
Yes. It's named that because it's stupid.
Yes. A little less stupid maybe with Great Sven taking that out with only one hit, but it's still very easy to fall on these platforms. Especially when we're trying to go
You can even
fast.
see how this is going to be different from any percent. We got this small key, and now we get this chest, and then we go in the door. I don't know, Palace is just funny in that way. Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom was, of course, a lot of fun. It's always a fun game to run for me, too. Like, that run last night of that was also fantastic. I know, Wes, that you were sleeping, quote, hopefully more than that when it was asked if you would be awake soon, so...
Yeah, I was fully asleep. I actually managed to get a proper morning sleep for once because I was so tired. But recently I've been waking up really early because of the daylight savings change. So I've actually got a really nice morning rest. But I caught the end. I caught your goodbye, and that's about it. So I'm gonna go back after this weekend and watch your Echoes run because I'm really interested in what went on. Because I heard from Myth that there were some shenanigans going on.
The entire premise of the run was shenanigans, doing the dungeons in any order decided by donations and stuff, just introduced some fun stuff, and as it happened, we had some other runners of the game running other games just before it. So,
that is an excellent concept. I wasn't able to watch it, but that sounds very, very fun.
Much easier with Great Spin. Yeah, we had some very interesting results of that, which actually kind of makes me want to do that sort of thing more, because there's so many different permutations that can come about, and the on-the-fly thinking was just very fun. If a little bit cursed for it being, like, 11 p.m. for me, the one who's in the earliest time zone out of the people who were involved. When it started.
Does Dusklight have it? Does it have official modifications yet, like ship and stuff? Because now I'm thinking about playing Dusklight. I'm like, well, I would want the long neck Goron setting from ship.
Long neck Goron?
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that.
It's an official modification where you can basically just control how long the necks of Gorons are, and CFG always places randomizers with it's set to the max setting, so all the Gorons just have an incredibly long neck, which I would love to have in Twilight Princess as well. Just going to the Goron Temple and just seeing everyone with a super long neck.
That would be interesting.
Would be interesting.
I'm aware that there is, like, in the process of some, like, you know, first takes at mods and stuff for Dusklight. Like, one of the future releases will have a randomizer, is the big one, like how Ship has its randomizer. And that's kind of the big one. Other than that, I don't know to call it official in this way, but there are, like, custom models, and it was designed such that people could have custom models rather than, like, it being an after-the-fact thing. So it was designed with the intent of creating a healthy mod scene as well.
That's super cool. I think it's always... I think games or, you know, game-related things that allow an active mod scene are, like, always the ones that, like, stick around for the longest time. Like, if we look back at, like, Minecraft, for example, games like that just stick around for so long if you allow the community to chip in.
Absolutely. And, you know, people were very excited with the release of Dusklight, so hopefully that momentum, you know, it'll die off. It always does die off a little bit, but hopefully it stays relatively high up there, you know? High octane.
Yeah.
Because people really love Twilight Princess, and having something that's this open-ended, it hopefully ends up similarly to how Ship is with OOT and MM.
And I think, honestly, it probably has a chance to, like, stick around. Like, the hype has a chance to stick around longer, because I feel like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, you can have them on pretty much any console as a casual. Like, you can have it on the Switch Online, but you can have it on a virtual console for the Wii U. You can have it on a virtual console for the Wii. Whereas, like, if you want to play Twilight Princess HD, you are kind of just stuck with the Wii U, and that's the best optimal way to play Twilight Princess right now. So, Dusklight being a thing is now a lot easier than owning a Wii U, with all the Wii U's dying as well. So, I think it has a chance to probably stick around even longer.
Or, like, the GameCube version being as expensive as it is, the Wii U version being as expensive as it is. If you don't already own them, it is quite a bit of a challenge, unless you want to play the Wii version, which costs $5, which is fine. Like, I played the Wii version casually as a kid, but there are plenty of people who do take issue with that sort of thing, to where just getting that ground of accessibility is interesting, you know?
Yeah. I remember Groval, who will be doing Wind Waker with me tomorrow. He played Twilight Princess a lot. I think he got a PB in both the glitchless and any percent categories. But his Wii U just stopped working at some time. So, like, he still would like to run the game, but his Wii U just straight up stopped. So I think he will probably also look into Dusklight to just replace his Wii U.
Yeah, in that regard, at least.
Mm.
You know, that actually brings up, when you just said Grovile running Wind Waker with you, more specifically, I would be interested to see when something like this will kind of come for Wind Waker as well. But I know that its decomp is significantly less matured than Twilight Princess. It does have people that are involved in it.
It was very impressive to see how quickly the Twilight Princess decomp advanced to make this possible in the first place.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
If we can get the type of community support that we had for that, then I'm sure Wind Waker can get completed in quicker than we might think. Second to last small key in the dungeon. At this point, there are no changes from an any percent speedrun to this.
Yeah. We are just progressing to the end and fighting Zant.
Yep. Which this room is just a big, mostly empty room.
It is a fun room to go through. I do enjoy platform cycle room personally. It's just, as you say, a big empty room with not much in it. Other than this Baba, it basically just has Zant heads.
Yep. Zant heads and platforms that don't appear until you get to them. Oh, going for an LGA here.
Yeah, I've always done this LJA here. It's just a matter of preference. Ah, I forgot I had shield bash for a second.
We do have the light sword now. That was the dungeon quote-unquote item for Palace of Twilight. That does make Twilight enemies, including these Zant heads, die in one hit, which is almost entirely useless outside of this dungeon. If there are portals that we haven't gotten, which I guess if you went and got the Bridge of Elton portal right now, those messengers would only take one hit. But that basically doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know that that's like why the HD all dungeons route does Temple of Time after Palace of Twilight, for instance, is simply that Grove portal.
I know that was suggested for SD as well at one point, and it was just basically didn't matter. Anyway, now we get to the Zant fight, which has pretty good music.
Here he is, the usurpator. Which is your favorite phase of Zant in terms of the music? That's a question for the both of you, I suppose. And a chat question. Chat engagement.
I like the Morpheal phase.
Okay. Mine is Snow Peak, personally.
Yeah, the transition to the Blizzetta theme is pretty good. You hear most of those themes for very little time, so it's hard to decide.
True.
I think for me it has to be the Blizzetta theme as well. Yeah, it's because I think that original theme is already great, and like the Zant theme of it just makes it better. No? So I think it has to be the Blizzetta fight for me as well.
You know, if I didn't know any better, I would say that you're just trying to make friends and be kind to me, because that is exactly my reason. I love the Blizzetta theme on its own. It's my favorite track in the game.
To be fair,
and it's not a common one.
I feel like I don't know if this is it's not even just Nintendo, but I feel like in general when there's an ice level or an ice section in a game, it usually has really good music.
Yeah, Snow Peak in general has very good.
Also, excuse my auto feeder going off just a little bit ago. I tried to mute as soon as possible as it went off, but my auto feeder's like right next to me for my cat and it was making a lot of noise.
That's very funny. I'm sorry for calling it out at an inopportune time.
You do have great spin.
I do. That is accurate.
Ook phase is pretty simple. You just bonk that, and then the Great Spin puts him within 1 slash of death. So use the ball and chain to get him down quickly, and that's good. And we like to point out this is the only required use of the ball and chain in the game. We have no other means that can damage Sand.
Yeah, his little toesies here are too powerful.
And just one last phase.
Yeah, which this one is probably my second favorite of them. It's just a good little jingle.
Rated second most likely to be messed up.
Yes.
Trying to deflect the spinning Zant with a spin attack, which will let us complete one more combo, and that should be enough to defeat him.
Huh?
The combo did not finish there. Unfortunate.
That's an interesting way to have ended that.
It works. Yeah, all we need to do in that phase is complete 3 combos, and that can be easier said than done.
Alright. Now we need to be careful here to not enter the Midna text trigger on the same frame that you collect the heart container, because it will absorb the heart container but not actually assign it to you. It's a frame perfect way to lock yourself out of items. I have killed one 100% run that way. It is an unfortunate way to end a run.
I didn't know that that didn't just soft lock you. I think there's also a way to do that.
No, you can just enter the portal. And then you leave like normal. Alright.
Just one dungeon
Time
left.
for a very long cutscene. What?
Just one dungeon left.
Exactly. Alright, are you ready for the best part of Dusklight?
Oh, that sounds exciting.
This is more of a statement for Anno, actually, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
You might find it rather mundane.
Yes, I'm excited for the best part.
Look at this frame rate. It's not 2.
It's beautiful.
Alright, as we go into the final bit here, we have a long cutscene of actually nothing going on. Wes, one last time, would you like to talk about the charity?
For sure. Okay, so for all of you who don't know yet, or for all of you who just tuned in, we are raising money for Best Friends Animal Society. They are the leading animal charity in America that reduces, that's trying to fully eliminate any and all killing of dogs and cats in the United States. There's currently 2 out of 3 shelters in America are no-kill, and they're trying to bring that to 3 out of 3. They do this through supporting spay and neuter programs. They have shelters where they raise animals for however long those animals need to be raised, and they help people adopt animals. There's a lot more that they do. All of their information can be found on the website. There's a lot of information on there. They also are very transparent about where the money is going and so on. So they're an absolutely wonderful organization to support. And we are very glad to be working with them. Yesterday we had Samantha Bell on, who is their cat specialist, and we had like a 40-minute interview, and it was an absolutely wonderful time. And we'll try to upload that interview to YouTube as well for anyone that wants even more information on the matter. But yeah, it's a wonderful cause, and we are so happy to be supporting them, and we're so happy with the amount of money we've already raised. But yeah, we're not there exactly yet. So if you have any money in your pockets left, be sure to donate it. You can currently vote on the bid war for Wind Waker Randomizer race to select which character model will be used. And for the total stretch goal of $1,000, you will obtain a harp concert from Ashton later this, well, actually tomorrow already. So yeah, go donate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Again, a wonderful cause, like Les said. Alright, well, I was going to use Great Spin. Now I'm not.
Yeah, these goblins take 6 hits with the Master Sword, or 1 hit with a bomb, or 1 Great Spin. You can also take them down pretty quickly with the min to charge as Wolf, but there's very little reason to be Wolf there.
And similarly, these bokoblins, we can ignore them.
Yep.
Hello. Except for the one that I probably just pushed into chasing me.
And we're going into the last King Boblin fight of the game. Another fun tidbit about this fight is if you decide to fight him with the ball and chain for some reason, it will take 90 hits.
It is sometimes your only option.
In randomizers?
Yes.
90 hits is crazy.
I believe it's 92, something like that.
It's somewhere around
It's
there.
a very large number. And it's not any, like, number that makes you go, that makes sense. That's, like, some actual... it's not like a 10 or, you know, a coding number or anything like that. It's, like, 92. It's like, well, I guess it's an even number. It's not a prime number, I guess.
Someone had to program that in because ball and chain does more damage usually.
And then thanks to the fact that Dusk is just fast loading, this is faster than backtracking when you don't have to sit through the entire save process.
And we just got a donation. Do I have time to read it out?
Yeah, of course.
From Anorakkis' future brother-in-law. Save the cats and dogs and the frames and beat the dungeon. $25. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
I'm going to do this.
Did you?
Yeah,
No.
that's probably the better.
That's a very kind gesture, thank you. From Anorakkis' future brother-in-law.
Oh,
And going to a very good cause too.
I think we just got another donation. Yes. Actually, from the host from yesterday. A $20 donation from LoZ Cards Fan. $500 hype. Let's go. Yeah, we did get there. We got to the $500 mark. We're halfway to our total goal. That's fantastic.
Yeah, let's go. What's the exact total that we're at?
It's $500 and 68 cents.
Oh, I remember why that's a 68 cents. And now I'm less happy that I am.
Well, at least it's not 6-7 cents.
That's why it got there.
And a $20 donation.
Because
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
The $20 donation went to the character model of Malin. So Malin is currently in the lead for the selected character model.
Yeah. Oh,
I didn't know you could throw that before the wall went
before
down.
the... It's very tight. I didn't actually do it successfully there, but yeah, that's a more recent thing. Why do the keys just go back up to the rafters? Is this an allegory to nocturnal nature of bats or something?
I don't know.
And if so, is that an allegory to the natural enemy of the lizard, the explosive?
Oh, you skipped the best cutscene in the game.
No.
I mean, this isn't a cutscene, this is smacking a lizard that flies with a ball and chain, but I agree, it's a pretty good part of the game.
The
is it?
the Aralphas turned after it died.
I was also thinking that.
What is up with this Aralphas? Sometimes it can stab you after it dies. I don't think I've seen that before.
It was like locked onto Link as though it had its own targeting system.
Anyway, here are the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
It's this. I was at the wrong time. Right. Okay.
Yeah, we can't skip this cutscene.
This is an unskippable cutscene.
Oh, really? Whoops.
Oh. See?
Even in Dusklight, it's unskippable. Oh no.
Oh. I'm sure that they could make it skippable if they wanted to. It would probably be pretty easy to do. But that is going into the other side of why Dusklight is as nice as it is that it is a very faithful recreation of the game. For better or worse at times. The only, they left in all of the speedrunning tricks, all of the, things that make the game as unique as it is. The only things that were actively patched are things that are harmful. Most notably things like Eye Shredder, if you know what Eye Shredder is, or any memory duplication and corruption glitches. Those things are taken out with good reason.
They are taken out with good reason. It's also interesting. In the original game, if you try to get the Master Sword while wearing Ordon clothes, the game crashes, and that doesn't happen with Dusk. And I think that's a fundamentally better thing, even though it is now significantly more difficult to get to the Master Sword with the Ordon clothes because it doesn't have memory corruption.
True. Now there is one other thing, one asterisk on what I said. So they got rid of all of the quote unquote bad things that happen in the game because of, oh no. They left in things like, generic crashes, because that's just kind of being faithful to the game. So they did leave in a well-known crash that we're about to get to here in a moment, and I will not get it by any stretch of the imagination. Anorakkis, you're aware of the Zelda crash. Can you explain what that is for people?
There are actually two crashes you could do in this room, but the one you're referring to is there is one specific frame when the text Ganon's puppet Zelda pops up on the screen that if you pull the item wheel, the game crashes.
Yep.
The other
and what's the other one?
The other crash you can do is when you enter that room, if you die and then try to go back through the door back to the main castle, that's a crash. I don't know why it lets you even try that.
That is interesting, but... Huh.
But yeah, successfully
I didn't know
avoided
about
the
that
Zelda
one.
crash. Both of the crashes in this room, in fact.
Yes, as I have full hearts, I did also successfully avoid the other one. So what I was actually alluding to is a Dusk-specific thing, and why you absolutely do not want to do the Zelda crash, the one referring to the text item wheel pull, of course, on Dusk, because it will hang your GPU.
Ah,
You do not want to do it unless you would like to destroy your computer.
Oh no.
noted.
So do not attempt it. On my first run that I streamed of Dusk, I was on a bad run because it was a first run of Dusk, right? And I'm used to running the game, so there was a lot of rough things just resulting from being uncomfortable generally with the game at the time, right? And I attempted to go for the Zelda crash, and then I said out loud, dang, didn't crash. And then one of the devs was in my chat and said, yeah, never attempt that. That is not where time is. I'm just used to splitting on Zelda. Yeah, don't ever attempt that. It will destroy your computer. And I was like, oh,
Oh dear.
noted.
Feels like...
Good thing I didn't do that then.
I hope they patch that.
I would hope so too. I'm also remembering that I am... How do you do this with Great Spin without... Ow. Well, now I don't have Great Spin.
I don't remember how to do the 2-cycle without fairy tears. I think it was possible.
There is a way to do it. I'm aware of that.
I also did not know that that pot had arrows, because
Neither did I.
if you don't have the bow, it has a heart. And most of the time, I don't. You could read a letter right now for the achievement if you haven't already.
Ah, I could. I feel bad. You paid me visit, and I not much help. I feel better now. Husband and I sled lots now. Very much fun. Link, you join us at Snow Peak sometime.
Thanks, Yetta.
Thanks, Yetta.
Another fun addition to Dusklight. Just a few achievements to go after, including some that are very non-trivial on the glitch side.
Yeah, there's an earliest Master Sword one.
I like it
Which
when
would-
they,
I get why, but I still want to ask why, you know?
I like when stuff adds achievements like that. I think it's so much fun to try and get those.
Mm-hmm. Time will be coming up somewhat shortly. We have this phase and one more. Alright. And now the main thing that I dislike about playing on Dusk is that this isn't in German right now. Which I could probably fix that one, actually. But it means that we don't get any Wunschcam. Which, Wes, I don't know if that sounds like a ridiculous statement to you, but it is probably does.
I'm just thinking now that someone needs to make a mod where it switches to German the moment you get into the Ganondorf fight.
Well, so what happens is that these text boxes here, are glitched out, and they require you to progress through them. And so if you don't, you will be doing this final phase with whatever text box was up on the screen. So that is a thing that happens because German is optimal for a lot of categories.
It's always German, isn't it? With Echoes, wasn't it also German at the start that was the best?
It was also a time is going to be like right now. But it's much smaller. Like, this game is seconds of difference. Echoes is like frames of difference. It's somehow even tighter to other languages, which is wild.
GG on the run.
But yeah,
GG.
thank you. That was a very fun run. Thank you to Anno for commentating for me and for designing this really fun route. I really appreciate it. And thank you to Wes and everyone with Zelda Dungeon for having me for both this run and the one last night. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for doing not one but 2 runs. Yeah, I learned a lot during this run. It was an absolutely fantastic run. I learned so many new things. I saw a bunch of cool tricks that I haven't seen before. So I thank you very much for the run. It was absolutely great, and both of you delivered amazing insights as well. So thank you very much.
And thank you for
of course
supporting this great cause.
Yes, very much so. Thank you, Wes and Zelda Dungeon and everyone who's donated for... Yeah, I don't want to repeat things that I've said a million times, but it just does mean a lot. Like, there's a lot that's going on, but in the world right now, and we can't forget about the animals and the plant life and everything and out in the world. Like, we all have pets. A lot of us do, at least. And, you know, you have to remember that they're living too, right? But I'll leave that there. Wes, I'm segueing to you one last time. Ganon does not live anymore. He just had his neck snapped.
Oh no. Well, yeah, it's like you said, animals are the ones that like get us through a lot of the hard times in the world right now. So yeah, it's a fantastic cause. After this run, we will be back with Majora's Mask with Morpheus. It will be an all masks, no major glitches run, which is fantastic. And then with all of the money that's been raised after the run, we will also have Morpheus teaching multiple tricks. So if you've ever wanted to practice or learn some tricks from Majora's Mask and you're not quite sure on where to start, this will be an amazing segment, and Morpheus will very properly explain how to do them in a way where everybody understands. So it's going to be great. Before that, though, before we go to a break, we have Morpheus's lore in 30 seconds. So we're going to watch to see if Morpheus can explain the lore of Majora's Mask in only 30 seconds. So stay tuned. We'll be back. Thanks again, Glubbers. Thanks again, Anorakkis. And we'll be right back.